Hello. This thing seems to be working, which is good. Testing red mic. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Mercantile Cricket Association Grand Final between Parkville District and South Yarra Cricket Club, a repeat of last year's finals. Both teams will be really excited to get out there after a really bad week of weather. The clouds have cleared up. It looks blue skies are coming in, so we should be in good for a good game. I've got Norm Shostak with me. I'm, of course, Tejas Balraman. Norm, good day for cricket now, finally.
Every day's a good day for cricket, Jazzy. As you know, we just prefer to play it in good conditions. We have had a bit of rain about this morning. We've got a delayed start at 12:30 here today. As you mentioned, repeat of last year's grand final. Parkville District, I think they've been in the last 6 grand finals at least. They won 4 on a trot. We knocked them off last year. This year, their deck, they were hot favourites all year. South Yarra's coming in. They have won the toss. South Yarra has won the toss and elected to bowl first. Hopefully there's a bit in it for the bowlers early. Hopefully it flattens out during the afternoon and makes it a little bit easier to bat for the afternoon. That is the plan from Ryan Hanna, the captain of South Yarra, to get the wickets whilst hopefully the deck's doing a little bit. But that wicket has come up an absolute treat. With all the rain about Melbourne this week, they've done very well to get this deck up. A few darker patches on there, just a little bit too full, I think. But I think it'll play pretty true, and the bowlers might get a bit early. And if this rain stays away, batting should become easier in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think the other tricky part of the conditions is going to be the outfield, especially in that mid-off area in the far end. There was quite a bit of water stagnant over there, so I think the outfield is going to be a little bit slow as well, so run scoring might be a little hard. Both teams bowled first in their respective semi-finals and bowled out their opposition cheaply. Parkville did have a little bit of a stutter in the chase as they were chasing about 120. Got their 7 wickets down, but South Yarra got to the 87 they were chasing pretty comfortably with 6 wickets in hand. So it should be a good day of cricket. It might be a little attritional at times, I think, but gotta love the game.
Yeah, traditional big ground here at Brens. So if the outfield is slow, boundaries can be hard to come by. At the top right-hand corner of your screen there, where the glass are on the ground there, I believe that's the wet patch over there. Is that right, Jazzy? Where those birds are on the far side there on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yeah, I think a little further to the right a little bit, but that whole area is quite wet. It was quite wet at least. I haven't checked it in the last 10-15 minutes, but it should be good.
So looking after that ball early will be the main key for the Yarras as well. Make sure that seam stays dry so they can make the most of it. We're about 6 minutes away from play here. I can see the umpires emerging from the rooms now. So it won't be too long until the umpires walk on a screen, followed by the players, with Parkville coming out to bat first. Not only is it a repeat of last year's grand finalists, it's a repeat of last year's commentators as well. Jazzy and I were the two on the mic. I was unfortunate to miss out on the Sunday when Will Fraser-Smith absolutely went on a tear.
And that was very memorable. It was a memorable spell last year. Parkville are a formidable side. They'd won 4 in a row, I think, before last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for them to collapse the way they did against Will was pretty special. I've got Ashwin Sridhar here, who's carrying his drink over to final leg, I think, as the players are starting to get onto the field. Any last thoughts before the game, Ashwin? Ashwin is looking forward to it. That's what he says. So it should be a good game as the South Yarra boys are heading out onto the field. Personally, I'm going to have to figure out how to do the scoring on my cricket and do the commentary at the same time, which is going to be a bit of a juggling act. So we'll see how we go.
So you'll probably hear my voice a fair bit today, guys, while Jazzy does the scoring on both the scoreboard and the electronic scoreboard. As the umpires are now walking out onto the field, Yarras are in a huddle just to the left of your screen at the moment.
They won't be on the screen.
That's why I said to the left of your screen.
As we have Parkville's opening batsman heading out as well. I think it is Arvind Raghunathan and Wilson. I will see if I can find their full names. But yeah, before we start the game, thanks to Frogbox again for all the great equipment they provided us. That's enabling the stream, the mics, and you guys hearing our shitty commentary.
Shitty being the operative word there, but Frogbox is anything but. They've been a great sponsor of the Yarras through COVID and everything else like that. It's great to be able to, I suppose, sit at home, avoid the rain, and be able to watch your mates play. Or if you're abroad even, jump online, view it. A lot of Yarras that are definitely overseas. Same with Parkville District as well. They've got a lot of international viewers as well. So, lovely sponsors, great idea, great initiative, and thank you very much to Frogbox.
Just to the left of the screen, you guys can't see it, but Gideon's come out with the camera crew. So there's an interview that he's doing with SBS with the cricket in the background. So we've got an extra camera crew here other than just us, which is good. We might see some pictures on SBS in their documentary. It's an upcoming documentary about the African influence in Australian cricket, which would be interesting.
I was wondering what Gideon was doing. This is Gideon Hay, for everyone wondering who Gideon is. We are very common with him, so just first name basis for me and you there, Jackie. But yeah, yes. Gideon Hay, obviously world-renowned cricket writer, journalist, and prolific author. Doing an SBS documentary for his beloved Yarras in the A-grade grand final.
You can't see this, but we're sitting right next to the camera, and the white covers just in front of us, almost as they've been laid out to dry. And with the sun starting to come out, the light's starting to reflect in our eyes a little bit. So if we start sounding a little bit like we have a headache, we probably do.
Yeah, very glary off those covers. But that's all right. Means the sun's come out, Jazzy. Sun's out.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. South Yarra are going to start with Ashwin Sridhar from the near end. We don't have a name for it yet, but we'll call it the road opposite the end opposite the road.
The northern end. It could be the zoo end as well.
Are we at the north?
Yeah.
Oh, let's call it the zoo end.
The zoo end and the city end would be the far end of the screen there, guys.
Sounds good.
I'm not sure if you can see the cityscape in the background of your views there. So we're going to call that the city end.
The Melbourne Zoo end it is.
Yeah, Melbourne Zoo end. Schrader coming in.
So we have Ashwin Sridhar opening the attack for South Yarra, and we have Wilson on strike for Parkville. Two slips, gully, third man, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. So pretty standard field, 7-2. Ashwin will be looking to hit top of off as the umpire makes the signal, checking for the scorers, checking with square leg. Everyone's ready to go. Let's kick off this grand final. Well left to start. Ashwin bowling wide of off stump as it's let roll through to the keeper.
Yeah, good start there by Ashwin. Seeing if the batsman wants to have a go outside off. I think they're going to leave a lot outside off today, so it's about tempting him and not getting too aggressive and going for those stumps too early.
That was a little bit closer, a little bit of extra bounce there. As the ball went over the stumps, Ashwin was a little bit excited, but I don't think that ball was ever threatening anything.
We'll put that down to second ball grand final nerves for Ashwin in his first A-grade grand final.
Yes, Ashwin, that ball's at a length outside off stump and it's let through. That's a good point about the first time grand final now. We've got a few changes from last year. We've got Samdeep Pal who's out there, Ashwin, Abhinash, Podell, James Dixon has found his way back into the A-grade side. So Aidan Kenworthy, so a lot of new faces compared to last year. That is Fuller and on off stump and is driven back straight to the bowler.
Also, shout out to the umpires, Leon Jacobs and Mahadi Masood. Mahadi is in his first A-grade grand final. He started in the MCA 2 years ago. Leon Jacobs, very well known around the MCA traps, been around for a while. This is also his first A-grade grand final as well. So congratulations to both umpires.
It's a hard job umpiring, especially when it gets a little feisty out there. So I have a massive amount of respect for the umpires who do well at this. So kudos to them. That's a length ball outside our stump that Ashwin has bowled. One ball to come in the over, all dots so far. And that's the way we finish, with another length ball outside off stump. It's the end of the over, none for none. Good start from Ashwin.
Yep, absolutely. Maiden to start off. Everyone's a little bit hesitant to go out further. They're having a bit of a look at the pitch here. The opening batsman's having a look, maybe a bit of a divot possibly. No, Leon Jacobs has walked away, not too fussed about it. It's just in the batsman head, I guess. So continue play as the sun is now out and about. It's almost time for me to take off my hoodie, I think, guys. It's nice and bright out in the oval at the moment. Shadows from the trees I've seen. As who's got coming in from the other end here?
It'll be.
Looks like Aiden.
Yep, it's Aiden Kenworthy, same as last week. He had a good opening. He had a bit of a stuttery start where he gave a few boundaries early on, but he came back to get 3 wickets. But Ashwin and Aiden between them had 5 wickets last week, so probably the right pairing to start with. A bit of a tennis ball-y bounce.
Yeah,
in the
very
wicket.
much so. Nice length, just pops up. So maybe a little bit soft underneath the top of that deck.
Luke Hodson has just sneaked into the commentary box.
The man who loves the limelight. He's standing to my right at the moment, just below the camera so you guys can't see him in typical Luke fashion.
Is Aiden to Raghunathan. That's full outside off stump and it's driven square between point and cover. They're chasing down for the second. Oh, probably shouldn't have been a second there. Hamza was a little slow on releasing the ball. But that's 2.
Yeah, that was good aggressive running there by the batsman, knowing the ball wasn't going through the boundary. They got through that first run nice and quickly, got back to the second quite comfortably in the end.
It's full again and it's driven again between the same 2 fielders. This time Hamza was a little bit quicker to the ball and quick to release it as well. So it's just a single.
Yeah, Aiden a little bit too full there, I feel, to the batsman. Just needs to pull his length back a little bit, entice him into that drive and hopefully get that edge.
Yeah, definitely. There's some spongy bounce out there, so you want to be at a length and just get that extra bounce if you're in trouble the batsman. That's a better length, but wider off stump, and it's let go by Wilson. So far, Wilson's been keen to just let the ball through, while Raghunathan's gone at it. Kenworthy. Shorter delivery into the ribs. It's blocked. Didn't quite get up to the hips, probably around the hip area. It's blocked by Wilson. The score is none for 3 in 1.5 overs. Ooh, that's a good length delivery. Can't make out from here if it cut back, but it did look like it had cut back in a little bit from the way the batsman played that. But it's none for 3 after 2 overs. Good start from Aiden. Couple of drives, but with the new ball, you probably do want to err on the fuller side, if any. So, good start from Aiden. Ashwin Sridhar coming back into the attack for the third over.
Yeah, this batter hasn't seen Ashwin so far. Nathan coming on, first ball against Ash, so let's see whether he's keen to drive as he was last over against Aiden. Let's see whether the length's there for him and see some fireworks.
That's a leg ball outside off stump, left alone by Raghunathan. Ooh, Alpish. I don't think it quite carried to Sam Chapman there at square leg.
Didn't quite get there, although Chappie isn't the quickest of feet. I have to say, if maybe someone else was there, it could have been taken, but tough chance diving forward for anyone.
I dare say that was that spongy bounce again, just on the full length. He just took off a little bit and got big on the batsman.
To be fair to Sam Chapman there, he did move pretty well, so it's, unfortunate.
That's on a length and it's kicked up again, so there's that spongy bounce again. So clearly the moisture in the wicket is doing something. A little bit of extra bounce. I don't know, from this angle I can't tell if it's moving laterally or not, but there's definitely a bunch of extra bounce there. So South Yarra will be keen to get a few early wickets here. Ooh, that's on a length. The batsman's clearly just left that on length, I think, more than line.
It's gone straight over the stump, so he's definitely left that on length.
Yeah. But Ashwin is basically bowling in that area where the batsman is tempted to play, so that's a good sign for South Yarra. Oh, that's on a length as well. Well bowled from Ashwin. The batsman gets his bat onto it and it's blocked towards gully. So in the slips, we've got Ryan Hanna at first slip, Kennan at second slip, and we've got Pal at gully. Ashwin to Raghunathan, and that's back of a length, kicked up again. Another dot ball, and that's the end of the over. And it is still none for three after 3 overs. That's 2 maidens from Ashwin. Good start from him. It's actually turning into a lovely day now.
I was about to say that. Has anyone checked the forecast? We are in Melbourne, so if you don't like the weather, give it 30 minutes, as they say. But
I think the last I checked the forecast, there's rain in the afternoon, but it's all in the outer eastern suburbs, so it should be pretty far away from here.
Excellent.
Fingers crossed. It's an appeal for a catch, and the batsman's walking.
That's 1 down for 3. Wilson's gone. Although I must say, the umpire was walking away from his stumps, looking at square leg. It didn't seem like he was sure whether he'd hit that or not.
That was Pal that took the catch, right?
I believe it was Pal, yeah.
So that was an inside edge onto the pad that carried over to gully. So
the umpire was not going to give that, I don't think. The batsman's honestly has walked off there.
Yeah, kudos.
Great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
But the umpires
Speaking as a bowler, I would have never done it. But
umpires are paid to do a job. Let them put their finger up, I say. The bat has just been launched onto the roof. Batsman has not held back there by throwing that onto the roof of the pavilion on his way out.
That's not something you see often. I didn't see it.
I dare say that bat's going to be on eBay later on today. Maybe Facebook Marketplace.
The new batsman is Chapman. No relation to our own Sam Chapman. Just thought I'd need to. I hope. It'll be funny if they're actually related. So good start from Aiden. Got a wicket, inside edge onto the pad. Could be a little bit of juice in the wicket that's making it difficult for the batsman, but it's 1 for 3, and this is the second ball of the 4th over.
Yeah, there's that early breakthrough the Yarras were looking for. Let's see what else could happen.
That's much fuller from Aiden, and it's blocked away by Chapman. Exactly the start South Yarra would have wanted. A couple of maidens from Ashwin and a wicket from the other end. Good partnership bowling to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Early wickets, they'll be definitely happy with that. Boyd in the field.
That's on a length, and you can see that bounce, that tennis ball bounce again, where it's just kicking off the surface. It's a very good toss for South Yarra to win, I think.
Yeah, definitely bowl first on this deck. Although they do say runs on the board does help.
Especially in the grand final.
Absolutely.
That's a short ball, and the Chapman just takes his eye off the ball towards the end of that and just fends it away down to square leg. You'd never see a backward short leg in this level of cricket, but that would have gone straight to backward short leg had there been one.
Yeah, he didn't look that comfortable with that short ball there. As you said, took his eyes off it, left his hands out.
It was well directed as well. That's on a length, again on the hip. That's played to square leg, where Sam Chapman fields off Parkville's Chapman, I believe. That's one ball to come. So far it's been wicket, ... Good over from Aiden. Oh, it's another short ball, and it's fended away down to where a short fine leg would have been. He gets one out of it, but he did not look comfortable against that short ball at all.
Not sure if that was a short ball or not there, mate. This Chapman doesn't look exactly the tallest man on the field, so it might have just been a good length.
That did look very short of a length. So
yeah, definitely was. Definitely was.
If it was,
my attempt at humour obviously didn't work there.
Now Aiden's a big guy as well, so when he hits the deck, it does tend to take off.
Yeah,
and
he's a big lad.
With the pitch having a bit of moisture and a bit of tennis ball bounce, it is getting up into the neck. Two very well directed short balls, I have to say, because they both were at the armpit, both causing the batsman to fend the ball away. So if you're going to bowl a short ball, that's where you want to land it. Here's Ashwin, who's bowling to Chapman for the first time. Ashwin's a very different bowler from Aiden. Ashwin's more line and length in seam. Oh, I tell you what, that took off. That really took off.
Yeah, Chapman did well to get out of the way of that. He still had his bat in the area, but managed to just flail it away just in time to miss the edge there. Could have went anywhere.
This is one of those tricky pitches where you on any other wicket, you'd want to get forward to these balls, but you could get yourself into a world of pain by getting forward. That's wrapped on the pads. Not out, says the umpire. At least from here, it looked a little bit high. I don't know about the line, but I think it may have been sailing over the stump, especially given all the other balls that we've seen so far on this wicket. But it's always good to build pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, Chapman wouldn't be feeling comfortable at the moment.
That's back off a length, and Chapman blocks that. We are at Brent's Oval in Parkville, right next to the zoo. It's interesting because the opposite end, where with the city end, as we were calling it earlier, as Chapman cuts to point for no run. With all those cars going past, it must be tricky for the batsman with the bowler coming in from the opposite end, especially when you have a red card coming through at the inopportune moment.
This is park cricket at its best, mate. Park cricket at its best.
Ashwin on a length, it's pushed between cover and point by Chapman for one, as Hamza does the fielding. I'm sorry, that is Abhinash. That's not Hamza. Hamza's at point. This is what happens when you're multitasking with the scoring and the... Ashwin to Raghunathan. That's on a length, on off stump, probably hitting the top of off. Well bowled and well played as well by Raghunathan. Solid defense. Good cricket all round. And that's the end of the fifth over. It is 1 for 5. So far, you'd say South Yarra doing really well. But with the wicket the way it is, they'd be wanting to get a few more wickets in the next 5 overs. As Aidan Kenworthy continues from the city end. That's on a length and it's played by Chapman. It did look like he got a little bit squared up on that delivery.
And just touching on the field as well, we've got the same 7-2 field as from the zoo end as well. So we've got the square leg and mid-on the onside.
Yep.
Then mid-off, cover, point, gully, 2 slips. And a third man.
That's short of a length into the body. Chapman just does not seem to like it there.
He's jumping around a lot at the crease, trying to get away from that ball. Practicing his pull shot there.
Yeah, this is a good, interesting change from Ryan Hanna. He's just brought Sam Chapman in about 5 to 7 paces. He's a lot closer now at square leg, which I think is the right move. Oh, that's a short ball and he's taken it on the
shoulder. Bit of Matty Wade comes the calls from the slips.
I think that was that Kennan with the sledge?
Yeah, I think it was.
No, I think it might have been Josh from mid-off.
Either way.
That sounded more like Josh.
He's not left-handed, so, you know.
That's a good short ball. Now what'll Aiden follow it up with? That's another short ball. It's edge and he's got him with it.
Once again, the umpire moves from behind the stumps before giving it out. The batsman had already started to walk away. I would be sticking around a little bit longer. Make that umpire make the decision before they walk off, for sure.
It's not a wicket you often see in park cricket where a back of a length delivery is caught.
Umpire still has to call it, Luke. Umpire still has to call it. Based on the umpire's English there and body language,
you can tell that Norm's an umpire. That was a short of length ball on the hip. It's been making Chapman uncomfortable all innings, and just the ball before Ryan Hanna brought Sam Chapman in about 7 paces and it went straight to him. So good captaincy, good reading of the game from Ryan, and a terrific barrage from Aidan Kenworthy there, just making it difficult for Chapman to score his runs.
And in comes Nathan Green, next batter in. Prolific scorer for many years in the MCA A grade.
Yes, this is a really, really great Parkville side. We mentioned earlier they've won 4 of the last 5 flags. Famously collapsed last year to Will Fraser-Smith, but
undefeated so far.
This season. They're 20 points clear at the top of the table with a percentage of 2.43, which is just completely ridiculous. So, very, very good side. Worthy finalist. You'd have to describe them as a champion team.
No, absolutely.
This competition.
Super successful, super consistent. A lot of the same names in the team year after year.
And Nathan Green is probably near the top of that list. Aiden short of a length outside off stump. You can see that bounce that was troubling Chapman. The left-hander changes the geometry a little bit, so that's going away from Nathan. So you can just leave that alone. Whereas with Chapman, the ball was just following him into his body and just got him in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's full. It's blocked by Nathan Green. Good cricket all round. But that's the end of the 6th over. And the score is 2 for 5. Scores 2 for 5 in 6 overs. Current run rate of 0.83 with a projected score of 37, says My Cricket. Here's Ashwin to Arvind, and he just lets the ball go for no run.
Bit of a reversal in roles from Ash and Aiden from last week. Last week Ash got the early breakthroughs and Aiden just went for a few runs from the other end.
Aiden caught up pretty quickly though.
Absolutely, ended up overtaking, getting 3 wickets to Ash's 2, I believe, last week.
Yeah. But so far, Ashwin 3.2 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. And Aiden Kenworthy 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4. So really, really good start from the 2 opening bowlers. Ashwin to Arvind. You could see that little bit of extra bounce of length again. He just took his bottom hand off the bat very well to just play that with soft hand. Well done by the batsman to adjust, but it's tricky out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a bowler's day so far today. Batsmen have not looked comfortable out at the crease. Ball's doing a fair bit of bounce and possibly a bit of off the seam as well. Batsmen jumping around. No real comfortable shots played, really.
Still waiting for the South Yarra Peanut Gallery. It's not here just yet. Ashwin on the length. Oh, that's beauty.
Outside off. That's a lovely ball.
That is a fast bowler's dream. On a length, an off stump, just swinging away. Just got the batsman completely twisted. Beautiful bowling by Ashwin.
And I'd like to correct you on the Peanut Gallery as well there, Jazzy. I am here, the official sort of, I suppose, the vice president of the Peanut Gallery to Strawny, who's still yet to make an appearance.
Here's Ashwin. That's on a length, and again, a little bit of extra bounce makes it uncomfortable for Raghunathan there, but that's the end of the over. That's 7 overs in the book, 2 for 5. Hard going out there for Parkville. The outfield is slow as well, so even with the pitch, when the ball gets a little bit softer, it's still going to remain hard going.
Yeah, absolutely. As the ball gets softer, won't come off the bat as hard, won't be as likely to go to the boundary.
I'm predicting a low-scoring thriller here. I think it's going to be a really, really close game.
Yeah, absolutely. Signs so far, looks like it's going to be hard to score runs. So even with the runs on the board, it's, you know, if it's a low total, it's still going to be difficult to chase down, I think.
I think we had about 4 fielders in the umpire. Just realized that it was the left-hander on strike and had to run across to get into the right positions. But we're all set to go finally.
Ooh.
That's a little bit sharp again. I think he just let that hit him again, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like it. The bat was out of the way and
He cut back in, I think. Made life difficult for Nathan there. Tough going for Parkville at the moment.
That is absolutely launched off a length. That is bounced at a good length and gone almost over his shoulder. That is
It was definitely back of a length, but it wasn't short enough for it to go through at head height. So Nathan's doing some repair work on the pitch as well. So I'm sure that the ball's leaving a few divots in there, which is not ideal. Archie McPherson's gone to have a look at the pitch as well to just see where that bounced. He's going to have to bat on this later in the day, so he'd be taking a keen interest. That's on a length, and that's gone through at a knee height, so...
It's also another thing to keep an eye on as well. MCA rules state that one divot in the pitch is one too many. So the umpires can elect to take the game off based on a dangerous pitch. And Parkville being undefeated, top of the ladder, they would be champions if that was the case.
It's a grand final, and I'll bet my life that that's not going to happen, no. That's on a length again.
I hope not as well, Jazz. I hope not as well. Just putting it out there for the viewers. Build that suspense, mate. You know, it's not just us watching this game. It's people all over the world. Let them know about the playing conditions, what could happen.
Yeah, all three of them would be really keen. It's... Oh, that is definitely a short ball.
And wide.
Way too short.
Stopped in front of the keeper. Archie's
No
not
signal
loving
from the umpire. So I think but he definitely had the right intention of trying to bang it in, but got too short, almost landed it near his own foot. On a length, Nathan gets 12 forward and blocks that in. It still hit high on the bat, but he got into a good position there. But that's the end of the over. 8 overs in the book. It's 2 for 5. Raghunathan 3 of 16. Nathan Green no run yet of 8 balls. Ashwin's bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1, and Aiden's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. So he's been on fire to start this game. The two batsmen back in the hut. Wilson caught off the inside edge at gully by Pal, so inside edge onto the pad. And Chapman, after facing a few short balls from Aiden, just fended one to a shortish square leg.
Oh, that's straight up in the air.
Straight up in the air.
Gone. Sam Chapman takes the catch. That's 3 down. So we think, the batsman's holding his head as he walks off. I think he's outside edged that onto his helmet, which has popped up to square leg. So he might need a concussion test as well, just to rub insult into the wound.
I think that's that extra bounce again. He went to play the flick, and I think it just bounced that little bit extra and caught the leading edge.
Yeah, it's very tennis ball-y out there. That extra bounce is playing havoc. They're trying to play across the line of the ball. And that's where all the wickets are sort of coming from.
It's interesting that Ashwin's got that extra bounce as well, because he's more of a skinny bowler than Aiden is. Aiden's more to hit the deck and get as much as you can out of the wicket.
Yeah.
So I think clearly a lot of help in the wicket today.
A lot of juice in there, as there was a lot of rain around this week in Melbourne. There was doubts that the game was going ahead at Brens as late as 3 o'clock yesterday. It was confirmed by the MCA that the game would go ahead here, that the pitch was up. As you probably heard there, you probably heard us yelling at
I remember him from last year. Isn't he the one who hit a few boundaries and tried to get the park, launch a counter attack, and then got caught and hit wicket in the same ball, I think, last year? So just earlier this season, he scored a 50 as well to get Parkville over the line. So probably a little bit of a throw of the dice here to see if they can get a counter attack going.
Oh, short at the body from around the wicket.
Short of a length, using that angle to get into the body there, Ashwin. So really good start from him. We have a change in commentary now. Luke Hudson is very reluctantly taking the mic from Norm as Norm's going to meet a mate of his. That's a lot fuller from Ashwin and Terry. Big bat swing, ball not going very far.
Thanks, Jazzy. I wish I could say it was a pleasure to be here, but I think we all know that's not the case.
Well, it's a pleasure to be at the ground.
Well, if we're being honest, Bren's Oval, not everyone's favourite venue to watch cricket at.
That's sliding down the leg side. Wong punts it down to final leg for 1. So that's the first run in quite a while.
But yes, mine and others' disdain. Maybe that's too harsh for this. Maybe that has to do with the fact that we seem to lose pretty much every time we come up here. So that's probably got more to do with it.
Ashwin on the wicket to Nathan Green. That's a full delivery, full big stretch from Nathan to get to the pitch of that. Well played, no run.
Ooh, that's a very good piece of bowling again from Ashwin. Nathan had about 3 different ideas in his head there. Play it, leave it, work it to the leg side. In the end, just played and missed. 1 off that over, Jazzy?
Yes, just
So
the 1 run. 3
free
for
for-
6.
Very, very handy start here from South Yarra. Parkville their A grade particularly do have tremendous batting depth though. They're not a 6 or 7 and you can tick off the last 2 or 3 wickets very quickly. They do.
As South Yarra found out when we played them earlier this season.
Yes, had in what you would think was a very good position, and then eight down. Parkville managed to chase the target. So yeah, there's no freebies in this lineup certainly.
Kenworthy to Wong. Ooh, there's that spongy bounce again. But that was a genuinely short ball. But it's making life difficult for the batsman. And Aiden's really making good use of it.
Yeah, he's got an excellent short ball. Those last couple probably have been a fraction too short, and they've, whether it's just because that's an area of the pitch that hasn't been used a lot, but they've really just sponged those last couple. They've really ballooned through to Archie. And that one skidded through. So yeah, batting looks fun.
It doesn't. So Luke, you've now made the full transition of retiring and going into the commentary box. Latest one to make that transition.
Yeah, well,
How are you enjoying it?
Well, I'm certainly enjoying not playing. The existential dread that would greet me on a Saturday is gone. So that's nice.
Oh, that is really short. He's gone with the no ball on that one.
Yeah,
Probably rightly so.
possibly overdoing it with the short ball the last over or so.
Yeah.
Well, as you said earlier, the ones he bowled to Chapman were they were right on the money. They were in that awkward, shoulder to neck area where you're just fending at them.
Speaking of peanut galleries, we've got a Indian setup coming through with Ravi. Oh, what a ball! I don't think that was an edge. I think he got the bat out of the way.
Yeah, that was a very good ball, but yeah,
That was an excellent ball.
there was no bat or glove there. He managed to just sway enough and drop the hands to get
That's
out
one
of
of
the way.
those deliveries as a bowler. You just think it's so good that it deserves a wicket, and you just go up anyway.
Yeah, you're just happy you bowled a good ball. Or if the wicket keeper's taken one cleanly if he's been having a bad day. Yay!
That's fuller from Aiden. It's hit hard towards mid-wicket, but Jimmy's on the task there. Safe as a brick wall.
Well, it bounced off him a bit like a brick wall, so that's pretty accurate.
Here's Aidan Kenworthy running in. That is Fuller. It's popped up in the air, but it's in the gap between point and cover. It will be a single for Terry, but that was living dangerously there.
That's smart bowling. I mean, he pushed him back, possibly too far back with those earlier short balls, but you could see there his weight was all back to a very full ball, and he's just got a little bit lucky, spooning into the gap there.
Yeah, this bowling plan just feels like it's right in the sweet spot for Aidan, with the way he hits the deck hard. That is full. Play and miss. There was sort of an edge there, but a very good full delivery from Aidan to Nathan Green to finish that over. It is 3 for 8 at the end of 10 overs. Excellent start here from South Yarra. Ashwin's been completely miserly. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. And Aidan relatively giving very expensive runs. 2 for 6 in 5 overs.
Yeah, pretty sure the lads would have bitten your hand off for the start. If
Absolutely. You win the toss, insert the team in a grand final, and you have them 3 for 8 at the end of 10 overs. You're happy 110 times out of 100.
That being said, the captain always thinks things can be better, so they'll be looking at Nathan Green, thinking if we can just wrinkle him out in the next 4 or 5 overs, in a very good position.
Ashwin to Wong, it's on a length, a little bit of uncomfortable bounce as Terry Wong pushes that to backward square leg, looks for a run but it isn't there. With the 2 left-handers in now, Ashwin's gone with a fine leg instead of a third man because he usually bowls that outswinger and he's bowling angling in from around the wicket. It's hit hard by Terry. It's in the air. And he scored it. That's another wicket. I think that was Aidan Kenworthy who took the catch, so you can't keep him out of the game at the moment.
No, he was never looked like dropping that one. The batsman did cross, yes. And that's, what do you call it? I'm not sure if he can be frustrated. He'd only just started his innings, but a little bit of scoreboard pressure that the batters, the last 2, any time they've seen something they think they can score at, they've gone very hard at it, and in both cases have hit it rather high in the air and been caught.
Having seen him bat a couple of times before, that's his game, isn't it? Just
that is generally
his ball.
Yeah. He's a positive. He's a positive player who's not going to mess around.
So coming in 2 down for not much, he was clearly sent in there to push the scoring along, and he tried to do that, but I think he picked the wrong one. And that extra bit of bounce, just again, we keep talking about it, but I think that's what's undone him there, where he's just gotten too far under it.
Yeah.
And he's just spooned a catch to mid-on.
Possibly could have held up a little bit as well, so he's threw the shot a little earlier than he would have liked. And yeah, it's, as you said, that's his method, that's the way he plays, and it's a little easier to be, oh wow, what's he doing there when the score's 3 for not many.
Do you know who the new batsman is?
It's the Parkville guy in the blue helmet.
No, I need the name. Do you know if it's one of these?
My guess would be Kilpatrick, but don't hold me to that because I wouldn't have to be that much lower than number 6.
And we'll change that up if I'm incorrect. So it's Ashwin on a length, blocked by Nathan. So Parkville in all sorts of trouble at the moment. They're 4 down for 8. If you're just joining us, shades of last year, just a little bit.
Just calm down, Jazzy. Calm down, mate. That's not cause for you to be going completely over the top just yet.
It's not a one-man band though this time. So far, oh, well bowled by Ashwin. On a length off stump, bit of extra bounce, heading towards that off stick. He's bowling really well from this around the wicket angle. I think it's only something he's started doing this year. I think ever since he got into A grade, he was just worried that he was getting too wide off the stumps. So he's started using this angle a bit more, and it seems to have worked out. Once again, it started wide off the stump. He's clearly getting the ball to shape in because Nathan was shaping to leave that. but it just got back in and made life difficult for him. So this is an excellent spell of bowling here by Ashwin. He's bowled 5.5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 2. Nathan's none of 14. He's generally not the type to just hang around as well, right? He's an
No,
aggressive
he's
batsman.
again a positive player, but he's just, as you say about the movement, looking a little bit unsure because he's been late and sort of jammed on a few deliveries that have come back into him.
He didn't look uncertain on that one as he got well forward and blocked that to short cover, and that is the end of the 6th over from Ashwin and the 11th over for Parkville. 11 overs, 4 for 8. Definitely not what Parkville would have wanted to start this game, as we've got a few more South Yarra faithful down here. We've got Jason Endin and his son Hamish. We've got Rob, Ravi. So the peanut gallery is starting to come together now.
Well, the spectators are starting. I think it's slightly harsh on those who have arrived, referring to them as the peanut gallery.
That is fair. But Norm's sitting amongst them now, so.
Well, it's the old one bad apple ruins the whole barrel, is it?
Wait till Stronny shows up. That might be Stronny. Is that Stronny?
Well, the
shirt's a giveaway.
Yeah, the distinctive shirt.
Yes, Aiden, that's full. Blocked by the batsman we think is Kilpatrick. We do have a Parkville player walking up here, so we can confirm who the new batsman is.
Yes, if you were coming looking for knowledgeable and impartial and that sort of coverage, you've obviously come to the wrong place, given we can't identify more than 2 of the Parkville players.
Laidlaw. That's blocked between a cover and point for a single. The batsman is Laidlaw. It's not Kilpatrick.
Yeah, that's on me. That's my bad. Sorry.
All good. That was a single, the second ball of the over. Laidlaw's off the mark. You're just hearing the live scoring process as we go. Yes. Nathan blocks. That was really full delivery, almost Yorker length. That he blocks to gully. Probably not the length you want to be bowling, but as a change up, it's a good option for Maiden. Tough going here for Parkville. In difficult conditions to bat, but the sun's coming out, which South Yarra will be hoping will just slowly start easing the pitch in time for them to. Oh, that took off a length.
Timely, Jazzy. Just as you're talking about the pitch starting to settle down, there goes another one off a length.
It also, I think, cut away. The way Nathan looked to get out of the way of that. So it probably helped him that it cut away, because you won't be want to be in the way of that ball.
Patting the pitch always strikes me as a tad futile in those situations. It's like, if the ball does that well.
Here's Aiden, that's full again. He's pushed that towards mid-wicket, and Jimmy Dixon is over there. A South Yarra club legend, multi-year chairman of selectors, great champion of the club. We'll see him at some point.
Well, if it was up to him, I'd imagine that some point would be now, but it's difficult to take off.
Yeah, you'd have to really get a crowbar to get the ball away from these two. That was shortish again. It just took off again, just fended off his hip, but a little more in control than we saw Chapman earlier.
Yeah, certainly. And when he didn't have President Chapman standing close enough to catch it, you're not massively worried about. Yeah, if it looks a bit ungainly or balloons in the air a little bit of a distance, you're not too worried.
So if you're just joining us, the score is 4 for 9 after 12 overs. Parkville really struggling in tough conditions here. Wilson was caught at gully off the inside edge of his onto the pad for naught. Raghunathan was caught by Chapman at square leg when he tried to flick one and then took a leading edge and went straight up. Chapman, as we were talking about earlier, just fended a few, and then Sam Chapman was brought into square leg and he promptly fended a short ball straight to him. And Terry Wong looking to counter-attack possibly, went after the wrong ball, which just bounced a little bit extra and then spooned a catch to mid-on. Laidlaw is the number 6 batsman. He's just let that go from Ashwin, who is into his 7th over.
Yeah, one would presume if he is going to finish his spell, this will be his last over. It doesn't make a lot of sense keeping one in the bank, so he'll either bowl his 9 out or come off after this one.
Oh, that's blocked. That was straighter from Ashwin, forcing the batsman to play a shot. And he blocked that towards mid-wicket. We're getting a few more fans down here. I can see Ryan Clark, Matt Ainsworth, Donny Elliott. So we're getting a few more people in, which is good. Ashwin, that's a perfect delivery from Ashwin. On off stump, just getting the batsman forward on the length. And Laidlaw is equal to that challenge as he blocks that to cover.
Now that Strawny has arrived, he'd be doubly happy because the team is going well, and also Parkville are 4 wickets down, and his and Ryan's bet. Ryan requires now 5 of the 6 wickets left in hand to actually win that bet he's had running with Strawny all season. So
yeah, Strawny is probably celebrating more than anyone
yes,
at the moment.
If you spot a man in a terrible shirt going completely over the top, but a park cricket game that's only half over, it's because he likes free dinner. Well, who doesn't?
2 balls to go here from Ashwin. That's outside off stump. Left alone. Lot of chatter on the field, as you'd expect. South Yarra well on top. Jimmy Dixon's vigorously warming up there at third man. I think there is a change imminent from the other end. Ashwin, it's on the drifts onto the pads. Laidlaw flicks that in the air. You can see how slow the outfield is. It just landed in the outfield and just slowed down. But they still get 2.
Yeah, it's never a particularly quick outfield here at Brens, but that even today it's a lot slower. That was a much better played shot though. He didn't try and the old cliche overhit that like the previous others. He just waited and just went with it.
Yep.
And then actually hit it where he wanted to, over square leg, which I think was probably what the other 2 fellows were trying to do.
Absolutely. I was walking out of the outfield earlier. It was pretty damp underfoot. You could hear wet slaps every time you took a step in some places. So it's good to see that the outfield's dried enough for the game. Change in the bowling, it's still 8. That is Fuller down the leg side. Close signal from the umpire.
Well, Jimmy's warm-up does tend to take a little while. He's got a lot of creaky old parts he needs to get moving, so
it's nice to see Tam and Ollie here to watch Jimmy as well. So the whole family is down here. As the
Elsie is here as well. She wasn't left at home on her own, so before you start calling child services or something.
I think now that Strawny is here, we can officially label that the peanut gallery now.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
As Nathan just blocks that down to gully for no run.
Is Nathan off the mark?
He is not. None of 21. Laidlaw's 3 of 8. That's a Fuller delivery, and Nathan, just as we say that, has pushed that between point and cover. He'll get back for a comfortable second. Relay work between Hamza and AB.
Yeah, it's the first ball he's got that he's looked to attack, and as well, his first ball has probably given him the opportunity to actually try and play positively.
He was a little bit fuller than Aiden's average delivery. That is a good ball on the stumps that Nathan pays full respect to. 2 balls to come in this over. I think we 1 over after this for drinks. We have 2 drinks breaks these days. The 15 overs. For the hand sanitizer in between as well.
Yeah, for reasons passing understanding, we have 2 drinks breaks on a day when it's 20 degrees. But
well, speaking as a bowler, I appreciate the 2 drinks breaks. So
I'm sure if Norm was here, he'd explain the rules and why this is the case.
No, as a bowler, I appreciate the extra drinks break always. It's always good to refresh, especially if you're in the middle of a good spell. You bowl 7 overs, you want to finish your next 2.
Well, yeah. Speaking as a lazy former opening batsman who feels it slip. Yeah.
To Nathan. Oh, that was a short ball that the umpire has given a wide. I think the ball sailed over the head.
Well,
Wow.
slightly interesting call, that one, I would have thought.
Should have been the square legs ball.
Well, God,
I'm
at the
surprised
risk
that
of coming off all Shostak, I don't think the square leg can actually call it. I think he points, he sort of goes, gives
he
it,
needs to indicate it.
but
Though.
there didn't appear to be any
yeah.
of that.
That is on a length that Nathan blocks, and still 1 ball to come. 6.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10 from Aiden. He has gotten the wickets of Wilson and Chapman. At the other end, Ashwin's gotten the wickets of Raghunathan and Wong. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 4. Excellent bowling from both bowlers.
I would guess this is going to be the end of Aiden's spell.
That's a short of a length delivery outside off stump that Nathan just lets through, and that's the end of over number 14. Parkville's score has caught up with the overs. 4 for 14 or 14 overs with 1 over to go for drinks. Nathan Green is 2 of 25 and Laidlaw is 3 of 8.
Ashwin to carry on, which would suggest he's going to bowl out.
Yep. Ashwin over the wicket now to the right-hander. Laidlaw. They've got a short cover in there. Bit of a change. They've taken out the second slip. So just 1 slip, 1 gully and a short cover. So that clearly seems something. Oh, that is a good ball from Ashwin. Length ball, little bit of that extra bounce again, just making it difficult for Laidlaw.
I think this is a better field. I don't think it's the kind of pitch where you're going to get a traditional sort of push edge to the slips.
Yeah.
I think you're more likely to get one that balloons off the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah. And also perhaps
And then
a batsman trying to play a drive and it just gets big on him.
Yeah, and not quite being there, it gets a bit big and sort of spoons.
Absolutely. Jimmy's still vigorously warming up at third man. Oh, he's clearly either I can't make out if he's actually warming up to bowl or if he's just trying to send hints down Hannah's way.
That's probably a little of column A and a little of column B.
Oh, that is a beauty from Ashwin. Again, that extra bounce. It was slightly shorter than the previous few deliveries, but it shouldn't have gone past at head height, certainly. So that's definitely kicked up again. Whew, it is difficult times for Parkville at the moment.
He'd be enjoying this, Ash. He's not generally one who's pinning batsmen on the back foot and having balls fly past their shoulder.
Yeah. That is Fuller and is driven. Oh, great stop by Ryan Hanna. Great work at short cover. He almost just dived on top of the ball, really. Took all the momentum out of it.
Yep.
That is slightly shorter, just on the length, and it's let through by Laidlaw.
It's another good over this from Ashwin. He's just not really.
He's just relentless, isn't he?
There's nothing to get away. And while the previous ball perhaps, and then the batter will be feeling unhappy about Ryan pulling off a good stop. It cost him 1, possibly 2.
But if you wanted to manufacture a new bowler for park cricket, this is just perfect, isn't it? Just landed on a length every ball. Just another play and miss.
Or do that occasionally. Yes.
Yeah. So you just let the ball do its work. Just land it where it needs to land. Perfect stuff. And that is drinks here at the Brens Oval. It is 4 for 14 after 15 overs. Parkville in all sorts of trouble. We are going to take a short break as well. So see you back in a couple of minutes.
don't want to say something. This is artificial and made up. Everything's artificial and made up.
Testing the mic. And we are back. End of the drinks break. Mic testing, mic testing. That was a useless mic test.
Well, it's on. Yeah, we've got the dump button. It's on delay, so no swearing. And there is a change in the bowling. Jimmy is indeed coming on.
Jimmy Dixon. It'll be interesting to see what Jimmy gets out of this wicket, because he's again a very skiddy bowler as opposed to someone who hits the deck. So it'll be really interesting to see how this goes.
So the bowler's had a very good season. He's not actually that far behind Ryan in the total wickets tally. I'm pretty sure he's got more than 30.
Quite the throwback season from Jimmy, definitely.
Well, he'll resent that, so I appreciate you saying it. But
Here's Jimmy to Nathan Green. And that's on a length and blocked by Nathan. Good. About where you'd expect Jimmy to be. Line and length. Perfect. Ashwin's got one more over after this. So Ryan Hanna starting to get himself loose. I think he'd enjoy the extra bounce as well.
yeah,
Just
definitely.
as much as the quick bowlers.
I would be very surprised if Ashwin didn't bowl his ninth over. That would-
Oh, absolutely. I think Ryan would probably come behind Ashwin once Ashwin's done with the score. That's full. Nathan pushes. It just goes down to gully for no run.
He's looked relatively untroubled, Nathan. He's only made 2-3 runs, but yeah, he hasn't.
He looked a little uncomfortable the first couple of overs from Aiden, but ever since that, he's kind of settled down into a groove.
Yeah, looking very difficult to dislodge at the moment.
But not a lot of runs coming off his bat. He's 2 of 27.
What's wrong with that sort of scoring rate?
You would say that. Here's Jimmy. Bit of bat pad there as he blocks that away for no run. He's having a chat with Ashwin at the drinks break, and he did say that there's a lot happening on that wicket and it's going to be really difficult to chase any targets, so every run's going to be critical. It's a cliche sometimes, but I think on this ground it's absolutely true. James Dixon full on off stump, blocked away by Nathan. Just exactly what you'd want from James, as Ronnie shouts workhorse from the side, which is probably a description that suits Jimmy really well, to be honest.
Yep, just ultra reliable.
I mean, it did come from Ronnie, but still.
Yeah, even a broken clock and all that.
That's full. Nathan's pushed it to short cover. It looked like Abhinash misread the line and just ran past it a little bit. But
Yeah, he ran around it a little bit and then fell down.
yes.
It's like what I imagine watching Mayfield is like.
But anyway, that is a single to Nathan, who moves on to 3, and that takes Parkville 4 for 15.
Oh, and Jimmy was down for the first pseudo injury of the day.
Oh no, Ronnie's coming this way.
Yeah. Just if we stay quiet and don't move, T-Rex style, he won't see us.
Last ball of the over here from Jimmy. He'll be bowling to Laidlaw. That popped up a little bit and it's gone down to short fine leg for 1, but that was one of those deliveries that just takes off.
Off the back of a length, yeah, and caught the shoulder of the bat again.
It always seems to be around the batsman's leg stump, isn't it? It always seems to be towards the right-hander's leg stump.
Yeah, it's that natural. Well, if it's outside the off stump, the batters not tend to follow, but it's that natural inclination of if the ball starts coming at your body, you want to get the bat up in the way.
The thing with a wicket like this is sometimes That should have been the end of the over. Anyway, that is the end of the over for sure.
That was a flashback over. We were playing 8 ball overs.
That definitely felt like a 7th ball of the over.
I think you're right.
I've been pretty good at plugging the score into my cricket, so I'm pretty confident. But no harm done. And Ashwin now coming in to bowl his last over. But yeah, I was saying the other thing that would start to happen on a wicket like this is the ball leaves divots, and then the ball, when the pitch hardens, the ball hits those divots and just takes off a little more. So it's going to be hard going all through this game, I think.
Yeah, it presents a different kind of challenge as the day goes on.
Ashwin delayed law, that's a length ball outside of stump. I think Ashwin hasn't been getting the ball to climb as much in the last few overs, except the odd delivery here and there, whereas in the first couple of overs it was virtually every ball. So I think the pitch is starting to bind together a little bit better.
Ball gets a little bit softer,
Yeah, it could be the ball getting softer. 8.2 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 4. It's his first season for A grade. He's been playing in C grade and A reserve the last couple of seasons. That is a great haul to have in your first A grade grand final. That is short and it is put away. I think that's the first really short and wide delivery that I can remember him bowling. And that is half cut away between cover and point for 1. But again, this outfield is so slow that
yeah, they're certainly the reverse Como, isn't it? There's no value for your shots here compared with possibly extra value that you get.
Ashwin now around the wicket to Nathan Green. That is off on a leg outside off stump and left alone by Nathan Green.
They're batting this over has had the whiff of this is the guy's last over. Let's not do anything foolish. If we don't have to play it, we won't.
8.4 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5. He won't be adding to that maidens tally, but he could still add to that wickets tally here. That is but sliding down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. Got up the MCA.
Nathan looks a little surprised at the lack of a wide call there. I think he was didn't quite get the shrugged shoulders with the arms out, but there was the
jokes apart. The collective rule is that it has to be a foot down the leg side and at the point where the batsman is standing. So for it to be called a wide, so if it's just sliding down the leg side, that's why you don't see the wide being called. But that's the end of his spell. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5. Just an excellent new ball spell from Ashwin. He's done his job, you'd have to say, really, really well. He's put South Yarra in a really good position here. And now it's up to the remaining bowlers to keep plugging away at the wickets to make sure that Parkville don't get a foothold into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done an outstanding job to go for 5 runs off your 9 overs.
Now Archie is going to be standing up to Jimmy. Was he doing that last over as well?
Not last over, no, but he does it most weeks.
Yes.
And in fairness to Jimmy, he's got to a point in his life where he's not taking the keeper standing up as some sort of personal affront.
I do wonder if it might be wise for Archie to wear a helmet though, because we've seen the odd ball really kick off the deck. Just for that one, because I think he's a good enough keeper to not get hit on the head most times. It's just that one that bounces a little bit extra you'd worry about.
Well, it's probably another one of those situations where if he's never done it or very rarely done it, it can actually almost be more of a problem then, because it's this unusual thing you've got to adjust to.
Yeah. It's a length ball on the hips, on the thigh, that he just pushes to square leg for no one. James Dickinson has started off the way you'd expect James Dickinson to start, on almost never missing the length. Just wearing the line a little bit, off stump, middle stump, leg stump, just outside, but never straying too far. Ooh. And just as I say that, he's bowled a no ball.
Well, that's also what you would nearly expect from Jimmy's start. About all we're missing is now the batsman playing a positive shot, and then Jimmy accusing him of having no respect, or or calling him, an animated puppet from the 70s.
A bit of a change in the field here. Third man's moved to fine leg after that ball sliding down the leg side. Probably just encouraging Jimmy to just attack the stumps a little bit more. That is a short ball and he's pulled it. It's in the air. And that's going to go one bounce to the boundary. So the first boundary of the innings from Laidlaw.
Excellent shot, and the way to try and hit a boundary today. Hit it in the air for 80% of its journey, because once it hits the grass, it's not going to travel very far.
I think earlier there was so much moisture on the outfield that it would have almost just plonked onto the outfield and not traveled. But it does look like it's starting to dry up, because that went through pretty well on the first bounce. So it's still obviously a really slow outfield, but at least the ball's not getting stuck.
Yeah, it's no longer as wet as it was. It's just slow now.
I think the ball had to be sanitized. I think someone on the outfield touched it.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Not where Jimmy wants to be though at his pace. He doesn't want to be shot.
That just sat there, didn't it? And the batter put it away really well.
That's a lot better from Jimmy. Full on off stump, and Laidlaw blocks it away. Laidlaw's probably been the fastest scoring batsman so far. He's 9 of 23. Hasn't played too many false shots, so.
Well, being the only man to hit a boundary so far, that's obviously significantly helped his strike rate. Yeah, what was he? 5 off 21. That wasn't great.
Oh, that's a full toss. Oh, he's driven it straight to cover.
He's got away with that one. Yeah.
He's definitely gotten away with that one. So Jimmy's missed his length. Just as I was saying earlier in the over that he usually never misses his length. He's bowled a log hop and he's bowled a full toss. So.
Well, this is the flip side of the pitch drying out a little bit. It gets easier to bat on, but then also perhaps balls that were good balls earlier on, that on a dry, good pitch might have been a bad ball, and now going to get taken to. You're not getting away with.
That is short and wide, and he's cut that. It's running away down to the boundary. Hamza's after it, and he will pull it in, but it'll be 2 runs there to Laidlaw. So the runs starting to come a little bit of James Dixon in particular.
7 off that over? Or 6?
It was 7 runs of the over. There was a no ball as well, so 7 off the over. Not what South Yarra would want, because with the position that they're in, they want to press home that advantage by staying tight, maybe chipping away at a couple of wickets. And speaking of chipping away at the wickets, here's Ryan Hanna.
Yes. Well, he'd be happy coming on to bowl now with four blokes back in the sheds already. It's
he only needs to pick up 5 or 6 to win that bet.
For the bet, he only needs 5 of the 6. No, I don't think either of them are self-involved enough that the bet is more important than the result of the game.
Yeah, of course not.
Well, you say of course not, Judgy, but
it'll be big after the game.
That's not a hard.
Not during the game.
That's not a hard and fast rule. The old, you're happier making 100 in a loss or a duck in a win. That's the answer. Isn't what you think it should be for everybody.
Sam Chapman's running in from square leg to have a chat with Ryan about something. I wonder if it's tactical. I think it's about maybe having a shot mid-wicket. He's pointing in that general direction.
It's probably about the pitch being a road. Runs for days. Can't make runs on this, you should give it away.
Yeah, a bit of a change here. So Ashwin's dropping back a little bit, and Chappie's going into a short mid-wicket. So a bit of an in-out field.
These two
probably the right decision.
Yeah, these two have played a lot of cricket against Nathan Green, so they'll know where his scoring strengths are.
So we've got Kenan at first slip, Pal at backward point. There's Hamza at a kind of forward point. Abhinash short cover. Got Josh dead end, mid off.
Deepish mid off. It's almost a single hitter. Although when he walks in with his long legs, probably not now.
That is wrapped on the pads, but well bowled by Ryan to start. Just continuing with the field, Aidan Kenworthy is at mid-on. He bowled a good spell with the new ball. Ashwin's at a mid-wicket that's not quite on the boundary, but about 3/4 there. It's tossed up from Ryan. It's pushed by Nathan to cover. The ball comes in, but Archie can't collect the ball. And that's a single.
Smart piece of running. That's another thing they do well, Parkville. They're very, what we would describe as the little things. You know, they're excellent runners between the wickets. They're a very good fielding side. It's no coincidence. That's why they've been so successful. They do everything well.
With the short cover in there as well. Ryan dropped it was well placed and well run.
Very tactful, Jazzy.
There's a bit of confusion as Ashwin and Avinash trying to figure out
Yeah, they probably shouldn't be standing next to one another. That would be an interesting field placing.
So Ashwin's gone from deep mid-wicket to into a short cover. It might have just made sense for Avinash to say short cover to short cover. Anyway. Tossed up by Ryan. Oh,
that's
is
a very good piece
beauty.
of bowling.
It's landed on the length, just turned, beaten the bat.
Just enough, yeah.
Beautiful bowling by Ryan Hanna. It looked like Norm Shostak was coming back to have a stint on the mic, but he's walked away very quickly.
He was cold.
Oh, look who's here. Brian Scott is here. Who will promptly twist his ankle.
or blow a calf or complain about Carl. That's pretty much all he does.
He's carrying a can and a bottle. I'm sure he'll drop that on his foot and break a toe. Here's Ryan Hanna. That's tossed up again on leg stump. Laidlaw gets well forward and blocks that away. 4 for 25 in the 19th over.
No, definitely not. I don't offer anything. You know that, Brian. That's my shtick.
That's tossed up and Laidlaw's driven that through, covers. It's going away down to the boundary. Avinash is after it. I don't think it'll get there. And Avinash just pulls that in. And he will have that in. I believe they've gotten 3.
Nice shot, mate. Really good.
Slightly over pitch, but that was a really nice shot from Laidlaw. Wouldn't say the runs are flowing the last 2 or 3 overs, but the batter's definitely looking a lot more comfortable.
Feels so odd having seen so much cricket at Como Park to see anyone running a 3.
Yes, it's almost impossible. Oh, hello. The umpire's just...
The umpire's started off. I think he's...
Call of nature? Or...
Where's he going?
I don't know. Should we...
He's gone to his car.
Forgot
He's
to lock his car.
Pulling something out of his boot.
Got it.
Yeah, he's got his boot closed. Well done. Oh, I love park cricket. You see everything.
Yes, that was unexpected. I'm not sure how hard it would have been to ask someone to just close the boot for him.
Or maybe put something in there. Oh, he's marking the crease. There we go. That's what that was about. So he wasn't putting something in there. He was...
See, and this is where my urge to be constantly critical is perhaps not helpful, because I'm thinking, well, why wasn't the chalk in your pocket? Like, why don't you have this stuff with you when you come out? It's, you know, but that's not a helpful attitude. So.
Anyway, that interesting little interruption in the cricket is over, and James Dixon is running into Laidlaw. It's blocked by Laidlaw. Laidlaw hasn't been afraid of playing his shots when the ball's there to be hit. Nathan's been a little more circumspect, but Laidlaw 14 of 30 doesn't sound very rapid, but given the way the game's been going on, he's been willing to take the game on.
Yeah, Nathan looks like he might have decided, right, I have to bat the innings. You know, I can't do anything even slightly irresponsible.
That is full and nearly carried to Avinash there. Good effort from him to get to that, but it just bounced short of him. But that's exactly what Avinash is in there for.
And just that balloony bounce and slow balloony bounce that just forces the batter through his shot a little early.
James Dixon running That is on a length and that's kicked up. So that's the length that Aiden was hitting earlier, that the ball was just bouncing off a length. Beautiful stuff from Jimmy. Had Laidlaw in all sorts of trouble there. I wonder if it might be worth bringing that gully in a little bit closer, just in case one of those balloons up. Or maybe doing away with a slip to do it. That's short. Appeal for caught behind and he's given him! He was short and down the leg side and he's got a little feather on that.
That's a very good piece of wicket keeping.
Excellent wicket keeping there from Archie.
And wow, yeah,
Wouldn't say that was Jimmy's best ball.
No, that's not the best ball you'll ever see get a wicket.
But a wicket's a wicket, and that's a terrific catch. You could almost call that Archie's wicket as much as Jimmy's, but the result is the same. That's the 5th wicket. Laidlaw, we were just saying that he was looking more likely of the batsman to push the scoring a little bit, but he's found himself back in the hut.
Yeah, he'll be very, very disappointed. That ball was definitely there to play the shot that he did. And
Absolutely. To get
I
caught
don't know.
down the leg side of a full shot is
that's not really
disappointing.
that's not getting strangled either, is it? And that's the old glance down the leg side. He's under edge or gloved a pull shot.
Gristle, can you find out who's the new batsman? It's going to take forever for this to come back, so I'm just going to...
He's a man who moves at a relaxed pace through life. That's more for self-preservation, though. If he goes any faster, something will inevitably snap.
South Yarra well on top here, 5 for 28. The score. This is the 20th over, 2 balls to go. James Dixon is just struck with what can only be described as a long up down the leg side. That was taken.
Well, it could be described as other things, but I'm really trying hard to avoid swearing. So,
but terrific catch, terrific wicket keeping from Archie, who's standing up to the stumps, got to the leg side, took that off the edge really well. That's more where Jimmy wants to be, and he gets the inside edge. French cut down to fine leg for 1. Oh, that's... Someone on the field was saying very happy to be at the other end. I think you'd be absolutely right. That was first ball, French cut down to fine leg. He would have had his heart stop there just for a brief second.
yeah, worrying there might have been that telltale sound.
That is on a length, and Nathan blocks that down to short mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the 20th over. The score is 5 for 29. Parkville in all sorts of trouble, you'd have to say. The conditions very helpful for the bowlers, but Parkville will need at least 100, 120, you'd think, to have a good chance of winning this game. You'd have to say the key player is going to be Nathan Green for the rest of this innings.
Oh, absolutely. He's the one that, I mean, and he can flip the switch very quickly. Like he's not looking to score a lot at the moment, but they get, if he bats another 10, 15 overs, gets to the last 10, off he goes. He can still get a good score himself and get the team up to a very competitive score. But you're right. I think anything over 100, you're in the game. You've still got to chase it.
Here's Ryan Hanna bowling for the first time. It is Kilpatrick. We finally got that one right after having named him like twice before this. That is tossed up by Ryan. Oh, beauty! Oh, that is a leg spinner's dream. That drifting in, turning away.
And I think Archie thinks he might have missed a stumping there.
Oh, it didn't look like he was off balance.
Yeah, the foot. He lunged forward, and so the foot came up, and Archie wasn't quite able to hang on to it. And the sort of rueful glove on the chin suggests that he thinks he had half an opportunity there.
Beautiful bowling by Ryan Hanna. You can see why he gets so many wickets. That's a little bit quicker in the air. Same result of a length. So just a variation in pace there, but still beating the bat.
Well, he'd be pressing for a wicket now because for bet fans, we're he's got a clean sweep the rest now.
Strawny's getting comfortable.
If Dicko gets the next wicket, look out for Strawny going absolutely off his tree.
That is a long hop, and he's pulled that gift away. Sam Chapman's chasing after it in his usual way, and it'll be 2 runs.
Yes, his singular and inimitable style. That being said, he'll run all day, Chappie. He just won't run very fast. If you want to run a marathon, no worries.
That is tossed up, straight and full, and Kilpatrick sequel to the last. So can you tell us something about Kilpatrick? Played against him before? What sort of a batsman is he?
Only the once. I don't believe he's been playing for Parkville for this entire season. I'm pretty sure he went and had a crack at Prem somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, he's made a lot of runs and makes them. Oh, that's another very good piece of bowling from Ryan. That's an excellent over so far.
Attacking batsman, you'd say?
Yeah, definitely an attacking batsman. So he can be a very feast or famine. He'll get a lot of high scores, but then a lot of single figure. It's not he is another one who, if he gets in, usually cashes in.
This has been terrific over, except for the long hop from Ryan. He's beaten the bat 3 times. That is tossed up, appeal for LBW, but no from the umpire.
Not a lot of enthusiasm from the bowler either. So
Strawny was very happy that wasn't given out.
Guess he's offering his unique brand of support from the sideline. Even the word support is possibly subjective depending on who's listening. I'm just not even dignifying that. Yes, his father is a shellfish or a mollusk.
Just for context, if you didn't pick it up on the mic, Brian Scott making a joke about Kilpatrick oysters, which we're just going to leave it there.
You're very generous describing it as a joke, Jazzy.
Here's Jimmy to Nathan Green. That's on the length, it's driven, and quick single.
That's good running.
Just place that deftly between the backward point and the forward point for a run. As now all the fielders need to get into their respective spots for the right-hand batsman. James Dixon, 3.1 overs, 1 for 11. He's got that 1 wicket strangled down the leg side. That's length delivery that's kicked up again. That's the sort of delivery Archie should be wearing a helmet for, to be honest. But he did really well to stop that. It's just a treat to watch him sometimes with the gloves. It's just so good. And even he couldn't grab that cleanly.
Does he wear a mouthguard? Do you know when he keeps up?
I don't know.
That's like your teeth are the biggest thing you'd be worried about, surely. And so the mouthguard probably do half the job.
That's on the length. This one just goes through at a normal height.
Or as our teammate Andrew Puglia suggests, the baseball catcher's mask would actually be more use for a wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, but he himself says he'll never do that because the amount of abuse you would cop, because we're also terribly insecure and afraid of change, that someone doing something different must be jumped on.
James Dixon. Oh, that pops up off the inside edge. But obviously James Dixon doesn't have a forward short leg to come into play, but it might be worth having a shot mid-wicket there because that might have gone straight to 1.
Yeah, I think that was short mid-on probably was going to catch that. But yeah, I think you're right. The man in front of the wicket is more likely to get a catch off Jimmy than the man behind the wicket or also on square. They
have taken out one slip and put that into a short cover. Might be worth doing that with another slip. That is short from Jimmy, and that's pulled away to deep square leg. That should go down to the boundary, and it does. So that's 4 runs for 4 runs for Kilpatrick. That is not where you want James Dixon to be bowling.
No, I'm not sure that's his strength anymore, trying to get it up around bloke's shoulders.
Or their waist.
Well, yeah, he'd claim he was trying to get up around it. Yeah, again, as with the previous short ball, he's dug it in a little bit. It's just sat there, and it's very easy to put away for a good batter.
This one's on a length on the stumps. That's better from James Dixon, and it is blocked by Kilpatrick. That's the end of the 22nd over, and the score is 5 for 36. Five runs of that last over.
Well, in the context of today, Jimmy's been leaking runs left, right, and centre. Or actually, mostly to our left, given he's just bowling short balls to get hit for 4. But
is it 7? Okay, there seems to be an issue with the score, which is unfortunate. So we're going to have to figure that one out.
well, I'm pretty confident they're 5 out. Further than that, I can't be a lot of assistance.
Okay, we'll adjust the score at the end.
And there's been an even number of overs. Not looking terribly confident at the moment against Ryan. Is Kilpatrick? He's beaten 3 times in the last over, and then he's spooned a couple upishly.
I'll leave this with Luke for a second. I'll just go check the score, just make sure everything adds up.
Once skidded through and beaten him again. Jazzy's fondness for, well, just he needs to be correct. So there was some discrepancy with the manual scoreboard and his iPad. So particular man that he is, he's had to go and check to make sure. Well, find out who was right firstly, because I don't think he's convinced that he's not right. And then update it, because he likes it all to be lined up and neat. So we can't begrudge him that. He's doing 2 things at once. So fair play to him. Ryan with his stop-start bowling method there, which, at least in my case, I've never seen work. Just cut to point where they get a single. So 2 off that over, which makes it 5 for 30-something. Depending on who you ask. 39 according to the scoreboard. Game just, at the moment at least, tilting back towards a bit more even keel at this particular moment. Obviously, the scoreboard suggests that Yarras are right on top. But Nathan Green in particular looks like he's going to be very hard to get out. And Parkville will still be confident that they can get themselves to 130 plus, which admittedly looks a long way away at the moment. It's a better line from Jimmy again. And gone straight to short cover. Ryan Hanna takes the catch. 6 down now, Parkville, in a fair bit of strife. And that, again, is another big wicket. He's Kilpatrick, a player who can take the game away. 6 now for 39. And if there's any batters left in the shed who played in the grand final last year, they might be starting to have, Da Nang 69 style flashbacks. And David Strawn, a very happy man on the sideline too, because that wicket for Jimmy Dixon means that Strawny has won the bet. Couldn't have asked for a better day. Win the toss, 6 for 40. So 2 wickets for 3 of the 4 bowlers used so far now. Yeah, Strawny has done his maths on the sideline and worked out what's happened. That while he technically hasn't won yet, Ryan can still tie it if he goes 4 for 4. And there was a series of convoluted tiebreakers suggested. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the outcome of a bet will be the last thing on Ryan's mind at the moment. Another left-hander out to join Nathan, so 2 lefties at the wicket now. And yeah, because I'm not Jazzy and I pay no attention to anyone else, I have no idea who this is. But right on the money first ball. Well, the shorter lefty, the one with the helmet on. We'll go helmet and hat. That's how we're distinguishing them now. Very technical for a defensive shot there. Very comfortable. Yep, that's a good length from you. That's where you want to be. Just got the batsman playing away from it just a little. Followed it a little bit. That's the over, and a really good one from Jimmy. Far better than his last one, but successful again. 6 down now for 39. And perhaps not for bet purposes, but at least for personal pride, Ryan will be thinking there's 6 for not many and I haven't got a wicket. He won't be that happy. Staying around the wicket to Nathan. Here comes Jazzy. Running. He's keen to get back here, or possibly just to save everyone from me being the only one talking. Yeah. It hasn't been good. Another single, just squirted out behind point. Yep. Well, and if Jazzy was sensible, he would have got the rest of the batting order, so we know who's coming in when the rest of the wickets fall. Oh dear, that seems like an oversight. Or do you at least know who this is? Yes. As long as you're not answering yourself, mate, you're fine.
Yeah, there was a second no ball by Jimmy that had missed.
Oh, right. Oh, was that the bonus over where we thought there was too many balls?
It may have been. Two balls into the 25th over. It is 6 for 40.
Yes, my commiserations to anyone sitting near him or within earshot.
Beautifully bowled by Ryan Hanna. What happens if the bet is a tie?
I believe that, well, I proposed a number of what I thought were creative solutions, most of which I can't remember now. But I think a super over was kind of agreed upon. Like, Strawny had to get X amount of runs, and all Ryan had to do was get him out.
What is it? 2 runs?
Yeah, it was pretty low. I think we might have gone with 5, or we were going to reverse it, and Ryan had to bat against Strawny, like make them do the opposite of what the bet was about.
Get
But
like 20.
yeah, Ryan had to get like 20. Penalty shootout that was proposed at one point.
Ryan tosses it. It's short on a leg. Catlow pulls it. It's running away down to the square leg boundary. It will get there. Poor ball from Ryan
Yeah,
Hanna.
That 7.
That was not a great ball at all from Ryan Hanna.
No, that got what it should have got. That was. One would presume that was the intended quicker one, given he dragged it down so much.
And that should be the end of the 25th over. 6 for 44. Just plugging the extra microphone in there.
It was bothering you, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, also this has to match the books. So
Does it? Is that an actual official scoring thing
it's the
if you're doing it?
books are the final view as Jimmy drops that on a length for no run. So if you open the My Cricket app or if you're watching the live stream, you can see the score updates. That's basically what I've been updating all this while. But there has to be a reconciliation and they make sure it matches up with the books. So it's always good to just make sure that it matches up as we go. James Dixon running in. That is a full ball that Nathan blocks. 4 balls to go in the 26th over.
No, some off-mic chat happening. No. Yes, hello to Andrew Parkville if he's watching, who's currently shut up in his house because he visited Brisbane this week. So after the community COVID case that was out in Queensland, I think he's gone off for a test, I don't know, or is waiting to go off for a test and is currently shut up at home. So he's doing as he's told, as should anyone else who's been in Brisbane.
This is good from Jimmy. He's bowled a couple of short, long hops, but by and large, he's been where you'd expect him to be. That is a full ball that Nathan blocks.
Yeah, this has been a much better over. Just right on the spot. Nothing to get after at all. Strawny's obviously finished one can because he's got loud.
Pretty good turnout from the South Yarra boys. There are about 20 people down here. Nice to see some partners down as well, which is always good. Jimmy running in. That is shorter, but still straight enough that it's difficult to score off as Nathan Green squeezes that towards backward point for no run. James Dixon has 1 ball left in the 6th over. His 5.5 overs, 1 made in 2 for 16. This is the key wicket, isn't it? Nathan Green.
Yep, absolutely.
That's wrapped on the pads, but it looked like it may have been going down the leg side given the way the shot was played. So that's the end of the 26th over. It is 6 for 44.
Yeah, slightly optimistic appeal. Well, if you can even call it that. Couldn't rule out someone just injured themselves and was just exclaiming.
Quite a few left-handers in this Parkville side.
Yep. 2 at the moment. We've had
I don't think we have even one, do we?
Wong. No. No, there's not many around at the club this season.
Especially since some of them have decided to retire.
Yes. Yes, we have. And are very happy about it.
We'll get you back eventually.
No, you won't.
Come in. Here's Ryan Hanna into his 5th over. That's tossed up on the length, and Cadler just drops back and blocks that. No wickets yet for Ryan Hanna, and yet Parkville 6 for 44. So he'll be feeling really good about how things are going. That's tossed up. Cadler gets well forward and blocks that away towards point. Hamza does the mop-up job there.
They've done a really good job of just not providing balls that you can really score off. Jimmy's bowled two and Ryan's bowled one, like what you would call genuinely bad balls.
I think it's telling that you can remember the few bad balls. That means that there have been so few of them, which has been good so far from South Yarra. I think the first 15 overs clearly the wicket was helping a lot, but I think it's either the ball softened or it's just been a little. I won't say it's easy to bat, but it's been easier.
Yeah, for sure.
That's tossed up. Cadler goes for the big slog, and it's too straight for Ashwin, who is at deep mid wicket, and it'll go for 4 runs.
That's well played. Wide enough of the field that the batter wouldn't have been too nervous. The bowler, for a second, would have been. And I'm sure someone out in the field has dropped out there. Don't mind it. Pretty sure the bowler minds it, but never mind.
Tell you what though, for a second Ryan Hanna would have thought he was in the game there, because Ashwin is there for that shot. It just went a little bit straighter than Ryan would have liked. That's a dot ball on the thigh.
And that's possibly, not in that situation I don't think, but where the Ashwin is 5 to 10 metres in off the boundary, and so he's got to go both around and backwards, whereas being on the boundary it's just just keep running around. Not that I think that would have made a difference there, that was far enough away from him.
That is a little bit quicker through the air on a length, and is spins pretty comfortably by Cadler. He hasn't seemed troubled by Ryan Hanna in the way Kilpatrick was in that 1 over he faced him, where he just played and missed so many times. I wonder if we'll see a change in the bowling anytime soon. No, still James Dixon. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16.
It won't be at the front of his mind now, but in 3 or 4 overs, Ryan will have to start thinking about it, because he's almost at the moment it's got the we're banking on being able to bowl them out quickly and not going to have to use an extra bowler, but at some point you're going to have to bring the 5th on.
In terms of the bowling options, there's Pal, there's Josh Dennett, there's Avinash Patel, so a few bowling options in there. I think Pal will be the likely one to get the nod next, perhaps.
I'd be thinking probably Josh on this wicket. You give him an over or two just to see if there's still anything there for
every now
a
and
tall
then.
guy.
Every now and then James does get 1 to misbehave, so might be worth having Josh. Absolutely.
But if not him, Pal, I would think, I agree with that. Particularly, possibly if the left-handers are still in too.
Here's James Dixon, that's shot, and it's gone in gully by Pal! Huge wicket! That's the wicket South Yarra wanted. It was a short ball, but it wasn't wide enough for the cut, and it just kind of followed him, and he just guided it straight to gully. Pal safe as houses there. Fantastic wicket there for South Yarra. That's the big one.
Yep, absolutely right, Jazzy. That's the one. You can see the disappointment on Nathan Green as he's walking off the ground now. But he knows he had a big part to play in what was left of the innings. Yeah, exactly right, Jazz. It was short enough, but it wasn't quite wide enough to cut. And it was almost the shades of the slips or gully catching drill. Just guided it to Pal in the gully.
Stronny's so excited about that he's taking his shirt off.
Because that means he's won the bet. There are only 3 wickets left. And it doesn't matter if Ryan gets them all now. That's moderately priced steak dinners for Stronny. 5 steak dinners.
Do you know who it's either Bissell or Mulligan, because it's not green.
It's not Andy. Yeah, it's not Andy Green. I can tell you that. No, I don't. Is the answer, Jazzy? Oh, because it'd be green on the other one, so we're fine. Yeah. And I shouldn't have done that while I still had the mic on. Sorry. everyone.
Just taking you behind the scenes where we're trying to do the scoring and the
Yes, given
commentary at the same time.
given the central commentary position is about
This is
75
a
metres
perfect-
away from the
This is a
scoreboard.
great spot to watch the cricket from.
Yeah,
Not complaining at all.
yeah, we're just a long way from the scoreboard.
And Ian's going to figure it out. The next batsman is, for the time being, I think it might be Whistle, but I'm not sure. Jimmy Dixon's got 3 now. I guess right. It is Whistle. So 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16 here for James Dixon. He's on fire.
That's just all the DP he has to put on before he starts playing.
How good would a 5 for in the grand final be for Jimmy? Oh, that's a full toss. And he has the... that's a very...
He's nearly hit the bloke in the guts, and he's jumped up for LBW.
To be fair to Jimmy, that ball was dipping.
No, you do not have to be fair to him, Jazzy. That was just... No, that's right. You're not giving it out on principle, that one.
Oh, thigh high full toss. Was dipping, but so he was keen on the appeal. The umpire just walked away. That is a better ball from Jimmy. It's taken a bit of an inside edge there to square leg. No run. Still a ball to come in this over. Parkville 7 for 48 in the 28th over. Definitely not what the score they would have wanted on the board. Nathan Green out just now. That's a big wicket as well. So South Yarra are well on top, but there's a lot of help in this wicket, so don't go away. This could very well be a close scoring thriller. That's a leg ball that just kicked up just a little bit, so there is still that little bit of uneven bounce, but it's safely negotiated by Vista. The score is 7 for 48.
Ryan and Sam having another very detailed, in-depth conversation. Surely it's just, mate, it's going well, isn't it?
Cadlow has put away 2 balls to the boundary. One a long hop that he hit over square leg, and one a kind of full delivery that he slogged over mid-on. So he has looked to take Ryan on when he sees the opportunity. At this point, would you just back the bowlers to just take all the wickets and not need the fifth bowler, or would you bring on a fifth?
No, I think you have to at this point.
It's tossed up. It's a full toss from Ryan. Oh, great fielding by Hamza at point. Just dives to his right and stops that. Great work from a guy whose day job is wicket keeping, but hasn't had to do that in quite a while. That is fantastic fielding.
I think he's done it once this season.
Treat it with a lot of respect.
That is a better ball from Ryan, and that's blocked in the same region for no run.
Yeah, back on the 5th or 6th bowl, I think you stick with the front foot, because your 5th and 6th bowling options are not terrible either. So if it comes to it and they're 8 or 9 down and you have to use them, it's not the worst result.
But would you want an off-spinner bowling in the last few overs? I guess that's the question.
Not in a perfect world, but
Or would you maybe keep a couple of overs of Jimmy in the bag?
no, I think I'd bowl Jimmy
I know
out.
what Jimmy's answer would be.
If Jimmy can keep, if Jimmy can get through, I think you'd nearly go with him.
Yeah, that's tossed up by Ryan Hanna, almost the upper length. Dot ball.
I
Two
think
balls gone.
I think these two will bowl out, and then where's the game then? If they say they're still 7 down, then you probably go to the 5th bowler. But if they're 9 down, then back to Aiden and Ashwin.
Well, Ashwin's bowled out. So
Oh, yes, of
Aiden's
course,
got
he
2
has,
overs
yes.
to go. That's tossed up by Ryan. Bit of an inside edge, but it dribbles away safely down to backward square leg for no run. Ryan Hanna just bowling the last ball of his 6th over. Parkville 7 for 48. No wickets for Ryan Hanna, which is not something you usually see when there's 7 wickets down.
No, in any game.
But it's been a wicket for the medium pacers, I think. That's turned into the pads for no run. That's the end of the 29th
One of the
over.
few things
It
I've
is
got
7 for 48.
that I remember.
But it's not the end of the over. Let's hope I didn't miss another no ball.
What? No, I don't think there was a no ball this over.
Well, it's another dot ball, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Right now, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. James Dixon, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16. Bit of feast of famine from James. 3 maidens out of 7 overs, but gone for 16 runs. But he's gotten 3 wickets, including the big one of Nathan Green.
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy with his day's work so far.
Yep.
And he'll be thinking about 5 now. He'll be wanting 5. You said a bit earlier, the chance to get 5 in a grand final doesn't come along too often.
James Dixon. That's on the length, and Visser just blocks that. Takes a run. Catlow's on 8. Visser's on none. Score 7 for 48. Run rate of 1.65 is the 30th over. My Cricket projects a score of 74 based on the current run rate. That's not a score Parkville will be happy with. That is on the length, it takes off and it doesn't carry to square leg.
It's the first one that's done that for a little while.
Yeah, we saw a few of these from Aiden in the first session before the first drinks interval where he got Chapman fending at 1. That was very similar to that ball. But Sam Chapman a little bit deeper than he was for that barrage from Aiden, so it didn't get anywhere near him. That's on the length on off down, more where you'd usually see James Dixon bowling. No run.
Yeah, he settled into his spell really nicely. Those 2 overs, there was a couple of very bad balls. But since then, he's hardly given anything away.
3 balls to drinks. Satyara would really like to get 1 now before the drinks break, but Visser drops that. You're not a fan of the extra drinks break. We've established that.
No, I understand the need. They want to stick with the sanitizer twice at 15 overs. I get that. But on a day, I don't see them. Stop after this over, sanitize the ball, and then let's start again. Just on a day where it's mild, I don't see the reason for another. And because we all go off the ground now to get our own drinks breaks are 10 minutes long.
Well left by James. Oh, that was a very good leave.
Yes.
Very brave leave.
Yes, it was. And if there's one thing I can comment on with somewhat expertise, it is leaving the ball. So yes, that was a good leave.
I'm sure Jimmy will appreciate the drinks break, though. He's bowled 8 overs straight. Have a nice drink, come back, have a crack at those 2 wickets to get to a 5-4. That is short of a length, blocked comfortably by Visser. No run. That's the end of the 30th over. It is 7 for 48. And it is drinks, and we're going to take a couple.
Jay.
That's going
Message me going, hurry up. You see it, the call?
we got to get lots of.
Interesting. That's good. Well, Aiden also.
something I saw YouTube at the end. Just that umpire. Because then I went, what's this about? Sort of, oh no. Yeah, so he probably would have seen the message last night. He might have actually watched it, but he might have seen the message. Yeah, I think he's out of Tasman. Because I think they banned anyone who's been in Queensland the last 2 weeks. I think he probably is. Yeah. I haven't looked at it. He would have. He'll know. But yeah, I think he's probably out. He's probably only out there for the day, but that's enough. So
what he flew up like early morning?
I think it was just, yeah, he might have overnighted it.
Is that the first time he's been in Queensland?
First time he's been anywhere. First time on a plane there. I'm looking at it going, I'm worried about like, when I sort of have to represent people to footy last night. Chateau Victoria this week. The whole thing falls over.
It's got the old entire week off work and a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah. Because I mean, he'll be like, he's not going to have it.
Yeah.
He's not going to go that
So he doesn't have to stay at these house for 2 weeks.
No, he's just got to stay
Until he gets a positive.
Oh, that's...
Think about Tassie.
And the umpires are walking back out. 30 over 7 for 48. South Yarra well on top in this grand final. Just having a chat with James Dixon. He's saying that the run-ups, there's a patch there where it's a little wet underfoot and making it hard work running in.
How much of that is to add to the heroic exploits of Jay Dixon, though? Look at these hardships I have to endure. This makes my bowling performance even better.
Anyway, Ryan Hanna's going to continue. He's now 6 overs, 1 made and none for 17. He'll be looking to get into the wickets column here.
It'll be on his mind now that he hasn't got a wicket.
And he's lost a bit.
Having made it 6 overs into the spell, because that doesn't happen very often, that he hasn't got a wicket by now.
Yeah, if you told Parkville that Ryan Hanna's not going to get a wicket before the game, they'd take your hand off, basically. But it hasn't helped them at all. James Dixon has of course got 1 over to go. Aiden's got 2 overs and Ryan's got 3. So we may soon end up in a situation where we have to see that 5th and 6th bowler. But here's Ryan. That is tossed up and it's driven by Catlow. Josh is after it with his long legs and levers, and
he wasn't the smoothest pick up you've ever seen.
It wasn't.
And that looked a much nicer shot than should have gone for 1, to be honest. He played that very nicely. Just the Bren's outfield strikes again.
Yeah, it did look like it came off the bat pretty well, but it just stopped. For lack of a better way to phrase that. But it's 7 for 49 now. Catlow's 9 of 22. Just checking if we've had any batsmen in the doubles, because we have. Laidlaw scored 11. Is the top scorer so far.
So this is his first look at Ryan, and his first delivery to a right-hander for a little while too.
That's right hand. Ooh, spun past the edge there. Well bowled by Ryan.
Yeah, definitely happy with the right-hander on strike.
Beautifully bowled.
Just turning it a fraction too much to both miss the stumps and the edge.
Oh, that's another beauty from Ryan. Imploring Wizard to get back on that. Spun past the edge. Good length delivery. Perfect leg spinner's ball.
Bit of extra bounce there as well.
If he can just get that to hit top of off. That's another play and a miss. This time Wizard tries to play a bit of a drive. Same result, play and a miss. Archie knocking the bail off. Square leg umpire coming to have a look. Seen that happen twice so far this over.
Yeah, this is a very good over. He's changed up every ball. We've had that last one different again.
Just the
A little bit more
transformation.
flight, yeah.
Just the transformation ever since the right hand batsman came on strike.
Yeah, he just looks far more confident.
That is tossed up again. That took the glove or the shoulder, but went too square for Kennan to get to it. It's a dot ball, but wow, that was close.
Yeah, he's not far away here, right? From making a chance.
Oh, another beauty, another play and miss. What an over from Ryan. Ever since he gave that single away to Catlow, maybe he should just spread the field for Catlow and bowl at the right hander.
Give him a single and get to the right hander.
What an over from Ryan. Beautifully bowled. Great exhibition of leg spin bowling. As Brian Scott says, he definitely want to watch the replay of that over. That was fantastic bowling. It will be Jimmy Dixon to finish his spell here. It'll be his last over. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 16.
Joshy Dennett warming up mid off. Just started the helicopter arms going, so possible indication that he'll be the one to come on behind Jimmy.
Absolutely. When the overs are, though, I would say that there would have to be a 6 bowler as well, which probably I assume will be Pal. But that's pushed away down to square leg for 1 run. The score is 7 for 50. That's the 50 up for Parkville finally. In the 32nd over, 7 wickets down.
Tough going, a little bit of an understatement.
It has been tough going, definitely. That's on the length. Cadlow's run down the wicket. Oh, but Archie's way off with his throw. And it's a good job that Aiden got across to cut off the overthrows there.
Yeah, slightly optimistic initial call of yes there. Pretty sure he would have been run out by a postcode.
Yeah. Archie was very quick on that as well. Didn't wait for Ashwin from short fine leg to get to the ball. He just went after it. That is a loopy full toss from James. Was that an attempted slow ball?
It looked like it. Yeah, it came out of the hand. if it didn't, well, it was a bad ball. Whatever.
No harm done though.
No, it's when it's your day. It's your day. That's yeah, rank full toss, and he just bunted it to cover.
3 balls to go in this over, and in James Dixon's spell, he's bowled superbly. 3 for 17 in his 8.3 overs. He'd be hoping to get a 4th and 5th, or at least the 4th. That's hit by Wizard over mid-wicket. They'll look for 2. It should be 2. Josh Dennett's gone chasing after it, and he will haul it in. It'll be 2 runs. Straight on the pads there. And Wizard taking advantage, and he's off the mark. Wizard as well. Ryan Hanna would have wished that it was a single instead.
Yeah, 1 or 3 were Ryan's preferred outcomes there, certainly.
That is a length on the leg stump, and he will get the single.
That's good running.
That is good cricket. Bit of a push and run into the vacant mid-wicket area. Cadlow will face the last ball of James Dixon's spell. 8.5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 20. Whether he adds a wicket or not, that's an excellent spell in a grand final. It's getting a little bit cooler at the moment. It has been bright sunshine for quite a while.
Wind's picked up a little bit in the last 10 minutes or so.
James Dixon, full ball outside the off stump. That's the end of his spell. He finishes 9 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 20. Excellent performance from the man labelled a workhorse by Stronny earlier. Rightly so. Excellent spell of bowling. He'll earn a bit of a rest at third man. Or fine leg as it was. Excellent job.
Yep, outstanding stuff. And a really good season. We ended up with near enough season. But yeah, outstanding stuff.
I'm just peeping over to just make sure that my score matches with the books as well.
Fooled you once.
And I'm wrong again. I'm gonna go have to figure this out. Be right.
Yeah, Ryan definitely far more comfortable bowling to a right-hander. And Jazzy's left us again. The scorebook was 1 run out, and so he's gone again. Yeah, the comment section will be going crazy. Jazzy's bad maths. That's highly unlikely. Ryan into his 8th over. And he might have got a finger on that, I think. He's not quite into desperation, I want a wicket stages yet, but he's bowled he's bowled very well, particularly to the right-handers. That was again uppish. Same field for the left-hander as he's had the entire time thus far. The man out at the cow corner, pretty much. And down. Gee, that would have been a catch and a half. Hamza flying to his left at point. Hit the good part of the hand too, and it's gone down. Just might not be right-hander's day. And the batters pick up a single, but yeah, just looked like it popped out when he hit the ground. The old when your elbows hit the turf, out it came, unfortunately. Half a PL for Abu Dhabi. Looked to be sliding down leg. He's beaten the bat again. That'd be 9 or 10 times to the various right-handers that he's just spun one past the bat. And yep, as frustrated as you can be when the score's 7 for 50 something, that's how Ryan's feeling right now. Jazzy's still over checking the score. He's a run out, so he'll be back. Yep, and Jimmy, having finished his spell, it's Powell who's going to come on and bowl some off spin. Not a bad idea with the left hand at the crease. Oh, yeah. Bristle, who's sitting not under the shelter of this of the interchange bench as I am. It's apparently precipitating. Oh, it's not fit for man nor beast out here now. I don't think there's too much in it. Yeah, there's enough wind around and the cloud cover's not total or thick, so just enough to be annoying for a couple of minutes, but that'll be it. Pell now. Pretty good start, right on the money.
And I'm
Welcome
back.
back, Jazzy.
Bit of a shower with bright sunshine. Just Melbourne things.
Yeah, don't ever change.
First ball was a dot ball.
Yes, it was, and that was short and wide and
Hit down the ground for one.
miss hit for a single, fallen over by Ryan for a single. So that was just like, watch the replay of that one, people, because that was top shelf. Terrible ball, mistime shot, caught ordinary fielding. Who was right on the score, Jazzy? You or the scoreboard?
I have to assume that the scorebook is at all times.
Do you though? Do you have to assume that?
Yes, it's the scorebook. Are the right ones?
Not sure you're giving yourself enough credit there.
Well, I'm just telling you. It has to be the scorebook.
They're not rules, Jazzy. They're laws.
No, the rules. They're the MCA.
Oh, the MCA rules. Okay,
They're
sorry.
not in the.
Not the laws of cricket. There we go. And see, this is why I'm saying you should be backing yourself.
There's ball to whistle. That's tossed up. It's a full toss. It's pushed to cover. No runs there.
Just over pitch the last couple of balls.
So
Well,
looking,
classic overcorrection after the short ball.
looking at the field, Pal has. He's got the deep mid wicket he usually has and the long on. He's got a closer mid wicket, a backward square leg. On the leg side, it's a short of length delivery. No run there. On the offside, he's got a point slip, a shortish cover, a slightly deeper cover, and a mid off. Pretty standard field for an off spinner. It's driven it down to mid on, where long on rather, and that'll be single. Paul's got his name on the scorebook already with a couple of catches.
Ryan will be really hoping this is a dot ball. Keep Visser on strike at the start of his final over.
Ryan will get his wish. It is Ryan Hanna's last over now. So he really won that wicket. He's got 6 balls here at Visser, 6 cracks at him.
I wonder if he may have thrown it wrong and this over. Just he spun a couple past the bat and or even just the attempted straight one, because he is just turning it enough that it's beating the edge and the stumps.
7 for 58, 66 balls left in the innings. That's tossed up by Ryan. Blocked really well by Visser. 5 of 28 Visser, so he's just looking to hang around. Catlow's been more of the run scorer. I mean, he's only 12 of 28, but
It's all relative today.
Yeah.
So far.
That's tossed up by Ryan. It's driven, but not very far. It for a second looked like he'd hit it straight to cover, but it just didn't get enough bat on it to push that far.
Straight in the ground.
Yeah.
The old crowd catch, Jazz.
That is down the leg side. I don't know what he's appealing for,
That was
but that's a
That's-
by I think.
that was the frustration of 8.5 wicketless overs. Just let loose from Ryan there for a moment.
There's a try. Score 7 for 59. 63 balls left in the innings. Parkville scoring at 1.71. It has been difficult to score runs today. South Yarra bowled well to the conditions. But Parkville won't be happy with where they are in this game. That is a length ball that Catlow negotiates. Ryan Hanna's got two balls to get a wicket here.
No, they certainly won't be happy, Parkville. But that being said, 80, I think they'll think they're well in the game.
Yeah, you can never.
No,
I think on a wicket.
we've seen weirder things happen.
That's blocked by Catlow from Ryan Hanna. 8.5 overs, 1 maiden run for 21. Hopefully, he'll be hoping that he can add a wicket to that column. But he's been tight. He's not given much away. on what has probably been more of a seamer's wicket than a spinner's wicket, if you're being honest, but he will be negotiated safely. So he finishes his spell, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. In fact, I think it would be 2 maidens. 2 maidens, none for 21. So well bowled by Ryan Hanna. He would have liked a wicket to go with it, but he's done the job keeping it tight while the quicker bowlers have gotten the wickets. It's probably something Paul will be looking to continue from the other end now. What Ryan was doing, just keep it tight while they get someone a little bit quicker from the other end.
That being said, Pal has been a wicket taker for
He
A
has.
grade this year. He's got a couple of bunches of 3 or 4, admittedly against teams not to the calibre of Parkville, but still.
How did that miss? Visser took a big swing at that, tried to hit it over to long on. Missed it completely, but somehow the ball misses leg stump. Beautiful bowling by Pal.
I think half of the fielders were up already anticipating that was going to hit the stumps.
That is tossed up again, and Visser hits it straight back to Pal on the bounce.
Another rain sprinkle just floating on by.
Every now and then there's a sprinkle of rain, even though it's very patchy clouds, so it's one of those Melbourne days. Big slog sweep from Visser as he gets that to deep mid wicket for just a single. I think that's Aidan Kenworthy who's done pretty well there.
Yeah, big ground. He's done well to keep that to a single.
The score is 7 for 60. This is the 36th over, pardon me. We're now into the death overs, as they'd say. 57 balls to go. Parkville will want to get as close to 100 as they can from here.
Absolutely. You've said it a few times today, but yeah, runs on the board in a final.
That's a slog sweep from Catlow. He's picked the square leg area where there's no boundary fielder, and that's 4 runs. This.
Yeah, that wasn't the worst ball we've seen today, but that was a very good shot. As you say, picked the gap,
Yeah.
knew where the fielder was out deep.
He's now leaving Ashwin there at that deep position. '64. I'd say if they get close to, if they can get past 100, they'll really feel like they've got a shot here. Because it's a very difficult wicket to score any runs on.
Yep. And you can see no one's really got in. No one's looked particularly comfortable.
Catlow's now the top scorer with 16. And that is the end of the 36th over. 36 over, 7 for 64. Ryan Hanna's finished on this end, so it will have to be a new bowler.
Fair change.
Is it Aidan?
I think it's going to be Aidan. He was waving the arms around a bit last over. Aidan or Josh? No.
It is Aidan.
It is Aidan.
So Aidan's going to finish his quota here, you'd imagine. He's got 2 overs left. Going for broke. Here,
Yeah,
Ryan.
this is let's finish this off now, if we can. Because you're right, with only 2 overs to go, you're not going to bring him back on for an over. He's going to bowl both of them.
Yeah. So you'd get Josh to bowl a couple of overs from this end, maybe?
That would be my guess, yes.
It does look like the batsmen haven't been troubled that much by the spinners, other than Ryan just spinning the ball past the right hand. I think that's been more about Ryan, the bowler, than the pitch.
Yeah, I
That
think
is,
you're right.
I think, with the medium pacers.
The good a bowler as he is, he's going to get something out of pretty much any service.
So I think that might rule Abhinash out as the option. I think it'll be.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Avinash got a bowl today. Similar, it's pretty much a ring field at the moment.
Bit of change in the field here. They had Abhinash in a short cover position, but now that Ryan is out of the slips, they've gotten him onto the leg side. being called back. He's very confused of where he needs to be.
Ryan's working this out as he goes and moving the fielder every time he has a new. Yeah, come up with
Short cover it is. So it's still a 7-2 field. For Aiden Kenworthy. Driven by Visser straight to Abhinash, who was just moved there after a bit of back and forth. It's ultimately made the right decision.
That's what he'd be telling you. Look at that for captaincy. A1.
I first sent him to mid-wicket, then to cover, but
You've got to take those little.
ultimately got it right.
You're going to get all the stick if something doesn't go right. So take any victory you can get.
That is full, driven by Visser to mid-off. There will be no run. Ryan Hanna there. Kennan is loosening up at slip. I'm sure he's not bowling.
That would be an interesting turn of events for sure.
That's edged, and it's between slip and gully down to third man. James Dixon running around to cut that off and does his little bowling action as he throws it in.
It's a pretty safe shot at this point of the innings. It's even as the score as it is, it's unlikely you're going to have a second or third slip. So as long as you get enough bat on it, you'll be okay.
Left-hander on strike. It's now 6-3 field instead of a 7-2 field. The vote was the third man for the right-hander stayed at fine leg. That was sweeper now for Catlow. We obviously see Catlow as the risk in terms of the run scoring. I'm sure he's hit a lot towards the offside.
No, I'm a little surprised at the sweeper position. Unless the plan is to try and bowl short again, you're worried he gets a bit.
And he's bowled on the pads. He's hit it through square leg.
Bowlers.
We're just saying that we're not sure why there was the sweeper on the offside and there's the runs on the leg side, where I would have probably had a sweeper instead.
Yeah, if you want to bowl. Yeah, the man out deep on the offside suggests the plan is to bowl outside off stump.
Just looking at the wagon wheel, most of the runs have come on the leg side for Catlow, so I'm a little surprised by the. Thanks to my cricket for that wagon wheel.
Yeah, it's not immediately apparent that you're going to give away a boundary to deep point or sort of extra cover.
Couple of balls left in this over. Aiden's 8th. 3 runs so far. The runs are starting to come a little bit. Catlow has driven that, but it goes to point for no run.
Yeah, pitch does look a little easier the last 15,
It does,
15
it does.
20 minutes.
This is a key moment in the game, I think, for South Yarra. They need to just make sure they're on top of their game.
Yeah, don't
Stop every run.
It can be so easy to have those periods where you just drift for 10 or 15 minutes and
You'd lose 20, 30 runs, and that's the difference. That's a short ball. He's hooked that. It's in the air. It's plugged in the boundary a little bit. I don't think it's going to go. Yells of run from the Parkville boys on the sideline. Oh, that's one of those that just plugged in the surface. They got 3 runs at the end of it.
that was a very nice throw too. Just there's nothing to do with anything. From Ryan at the end of it.
7 for 70 is the score with 8 overs to go.
Yeah, they'll be eyeing off 110, 120 if they can. That being said, the risk obviously is the more attacking they try to be, the more likely they are to give an
South
opportunity.
Yarra will really want a wicket here. It's just getting into that zone where a partnership here could take the game away.
Yeah, Parkville have just about got something to bowl at.
And you don't want to give a champion team like Parkville too many shots. Ball with a deep mid-wicket for Catlow and a deep square leg where he went for a boundary. He's getting a sweeper in as well, so maybe the plan now is to just give the single because now there are 4 fielders in the deep. Of course, it is now getting towards the end of the inning, so you probably do want to spread the field out a little bit, but you don't want to give too many easy singles on a pitch like this.
No, you're right. It's finding the balance, isn't it? As you say, the field is naturally more defensive deeper in the innings. But then also, keep the scoreboard in mind that they are 7 from not a lot.
Yeah.
You've still got to be trying to get wickets.
And they could get to 100 in singles. So, got to be very careful. Lost up by Pal, it's blocked by Carlo. He started off well. He's plugged that gap at deep square leg now for that slog sweep that we saw Carlo play earlier. That's tossed up by Pal, well bowled. Just on middle start.
Much tidier start for the city.
3 good balls so far. I think at this point of the innings, he's just got to keep it there, just make the batsmen have to take a risk if they need to score runs. They are dropping mid on back now. So that's 5 fielders out in the deep. Sweeper, long on, long off, sweeper wicket, and deep square leg. That's a short of a length delivery that Cadlo puts away to point for a single. Perhaps didn't get the length right on that one.
No, certainly drag that one down a little bit.
So we're sort of on strike now. So we've got a sweeper, we've got a deep mid wicket, and we've got a long on. So no deep square leg, or they've dropped long off batsmen. So the only difference with the fields really is this deep square leg.
Yeah, still 4 men on the fence. And Chappie out at deep point. That's interesting.
That is well bowled by Pal. On off stump. Just attacking the stumps, just making Visser think twice about attacking that.
They're certainly looking out for the shorter one, and that's the one they're really looking to attack.
That's tossed up by Pal. Big slog sweep. Oh, that's a misfield from, I think it was Hamza, and he's going to have to chase it down. It's 2 to Visser.
Slightly sloppy piece of fielding there. They won't be happy with that.
And that will be the end of the 38th over. It is 7 for 73. Aiden will come back to bowl his last over. It's a bit hard on Josh, bringing him back for the last, for the death.
Here you go, mate. Come on and bowl now. Well,
although Josh is gonna, he might do well because he's a difficult bowler to face
and
because of his height.
And he's bowling to the lower. It's a bit easier than coming on with 5 overs to go when they're 3 for 200.
Yes.
Here you go, mate. Do something with this. I do wonder if Powell will get another over.
He will have to. I think who else will bowl? The only other option is Abhi. There's no other pace bowling option, so it has to be a spinner. So you may as well stick with Park. He bowled pretty well the last over as well. Aside from that slog swept boundary, there's not been anything wrong with his bowling.
No, true.
Long on, deep mid wicket. No, kind of a deep square leg actually. Almost for that short ball, isn't it? Where now Aiden's coming around the wicket. So Sadhya clearly sense that it's the time to spread the field out. Catlow goes chasing one wide outside, plays in defense. Dot ball's a good ball at this stage.
Yeah, maybe got away with that slightly. Looked rather wide.
There's actually a big gap there, a big point. He could have easily just guided it and gotten 1 or 2. Chose the big swing instead. That is full from Aiden, and it's driven mid off. He'll cut that off, but it'll be a single. I think at this stage, obviously run scoring is more important than the wickets, but I think they'd also like to keep Visser on strike as much as possible.
Yeah, he certainly looked the one who's had more trouble and has less avenues in which he's going to score runs.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I wonder if they'll try and keep him on strike. They do have the sweeper out and the third man, but everyone else is in the circle. So a couple of extra fielders in the circle. Archie is just directing traffic out there. I think it's more like Angus seems to be in the circle.
Looks that way, yeah.
It's a length ball on off stump and it's pushed towards cover. Ashwin half stops it and it's no run.
Quite Quite a nice piece of timing, actually. Hit that rather well.
7 for 74. They'd won at least another 26 runs.
Oh, absolutely.
Just, I think, psychologically getting
Just
100.
to look at the scoreboard and it's got 3 numbers on it, it's always a little bit more comforting.
That's a full toss. Vissers put it away. So that I don't think that was high enough to be a no ball.
No, it looked to be just on or below his hip.
The umpire indicates as much. So single there. It's often difficult the baseline full toss of a fast quicker bowler.
Yes, it's the rare ball that you're expecting it to be there. So
8.4 overs, 2 minutes, 2 for 18 for Aiden Kenworthy. Bowled terrifically with the new ball, made use of the tennis ball Lee bounce early in the game. That is a short ball that's taken off and it'll be widened.
yes, that was pretty high. That would have gone 3 feet over Josh Deneat's head, so that was high.
I wouldn't say that was Aiden's fault.
No, it was certainly the attempted bouncer, but yeah, the assistance from the wicket certainly helped him out.
Two balls to go in this spell for Aiden. Want another wicket to go with the 2 he's gotten already. That's a short ball. He's hooked it, and he's hooked it in the mid-wicket area where there's no fielder, and that's going to go for 4.
That's a really nice shot.
This is a great innings here from Catlow. It's only 27 or 44, but the conditions, the situation, this could be a match-learning innings here.
Yep. He's the one who's taken on his shoulders to give his team something to bowl at, and he's thus far done a very, very good job.
There's a deep square leg out there for that ball, but he's hit it in front of square. I think it might be time to abandon the short stuff to Catlow. That is fuller, and that's blocked. And that will be the end of Aiden's spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. Wouldn't be happy with that last over. 7 came off that. Parkville 7 for 80 with 6 overs to go.
Do wonder if Aiden was a little tired, or just didn't get quite as loose in that second spell, because he did bowl a lot of short balls.
I wonder if it was a tactic though, because they did have the deep square leg out there, presumably for that shot.
Potentially, yeah.
But I think when you get to the death overs, you probably should be focusing more on the run saving and less on getting the batsman off.
And I think, just, well, personally speaking, it's better to err full than to err short if you're going to set the field for that.
Anyway, Pal's here for his 4th over. He's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, none for 10. So he's been tidy-ish, especially given the late stage that he's been bowling at. Slog sweep by Visser. It's going to deep mid-wicket. Oh, that would have been a terrific catch had he held on, diving to his right. But that's gone over the boundary for 4. Was that Aiden out there?
Yes, it was.
It was just...
Hey, tremendous ground to get there.
That would have been a hell of a catch if he'd held on.
As with the one Hamza put down a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think it was the impact with the ground that jolted the ball out rather than not getting there, or only getting a small part of the hand on it.
Game on now. He swept again. This one's gone to deep mid-wicket as well. They're looking for a second. Aiden's running in. Big arm there. But pretty comfortable too for the batsman. So the runs are starting to flow now for Parkville.
Yes, and pretty much the first signs of life we've heard from the Parkville contingent on the sideline pretty much for the entire innings.
Sense that they're getting
Yeah,
a nice defendable score here.
They're thinking, right, we're back in this now.
100, 120. They'll feel they're in the game.
Absolutely.
Paul's now going around the wicket, trying to get the angle across him. That's log swept again. And that's not a catch. That's a crowd catch.
That's a very good piece of fielding.
That is excellent fielding. Was that Abhinash?
That was Abhinash in the short mid wicket there.
Fantastic stop.
Very nice.
There was a
one.
loud celebration from the South Yarra guys as they thought it was a catch.
No, he was straight away. He was no. I haven't caught that.
Miles really tossed that up. Oh, the sweep nearly goes to backward square leg. Good change up there from Pal. Change in the field now. The done away with the slip, which
I think makes
honestly
sense.
should have been done.
Yeah, if he's
Done
going
away
to, the batter's going to keep looking to hit everything.
Yeah.
To the leg side.
So now there's an extra deep mid wicket. So
And the man
more of a cow corner.
previously on the boundaries moved a fair bit squarer.
Yeah. Which I think is the right call. He's played four. He's played the same shot on four. So it's pretty clear where the ball's going.
Particularly with power bowling around the wicket too.
He's really tossing it up now. Oh! Just gets the top edge on that sweep over the keeper's head for one. Almost exactly behind the bowler's head, keeper's head, to be honest. It's been good. I would have thought, as an off spinner, you'd look to fire it in faster when you're getting hit, but he went the other way.
Yeah, credit to him. He's
Pace off.
still prepared to take the pace off and throw it up a little bit.
And it nearly worked out. Catlow on strike. What's he going to do? Catlow blocked out most of Pal's over. He didn't look to take any risks of Pal last over, but with one ball more than 5 overs left, I think it might be time to start taking the attack to Pal. No, he just blocks that away.
That's sensible batting. That'd have been a good scoring over. And unless that was a rank,
You don't
terrible ball. Yeah, you don't.
Now, South Yarra will have to go to a sixth bowler here.
Pretty sure it's going to be Josh Denneat who Ryan waved at the conclusion of Aiden's last over.
Yeah, he's coming over from square leg. It is going to be Josh Denneat. 7 for 87. It was
This has made its way to 17 relatively. Yep, smoothly and quickly.
So this has been the two top scorers for Parkville, Catlow and Visor. Catlow on 27, Visor on 17. Very good partnership from Parkville. Might have brought them back into the game here.
Yep, they'll definitely be thinking this is a defendable target now.
Something to work with at the very least.
Although, as we've said, batting in the last half hour certainly has become a lot easier. Although, as ever, you've got to get through the difficult first part of the innings. And
Staying up to the stumps to Josh Denneat. That's a great choice. No, he's not. He's dropping back. That was just for the angle. That makes no sense.
he does stand up to Josh regularly. With the way the field
Josh
is.
is a bit of an awkward bowler to do that to though, because of his height. Oh, and just as I say that, he gets a little bit of extra bounce off a leg, and that's edge to third man down to James Dixon for one. Well, we clearly don't have a slip now, given the game situation.
No, it's almost it's a mishit shot or hitting the stumps are pretty much how you're trying to get people out now.
Field is spreading at low. 4 in what you'd call the circle, with a bit of cover point mid wicket. That deep square leg is still there. Hoping the plan has changed from bowling shot, because it clearly hasn't worked. That's a leg ball. I think he got a bit of an edge on that. I think it was an inside edge past leg stump. And that goes down to the boundary where James mops it up. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. There is no signal, so that was an inside edge.
In the eighth over of the innings, this is an excellent start from Josh. He's found the edge the first 2 balls.
Yeah, he'd probably get a nick to second slip and then... Well, that one would still be 2 runs though.
But still, yeah, it wasn't far away.
That's driven by Catlow. It's driven straight. It's driven well.
That's a good shot.
Ashwin goes chasing after it. The outfield is obviously slow enough to pull that up, and it's 2 runs. But the runs are really flowing now for Parkville. 7 for 92.
Uppishly played, just bounces in front of Chappie, short cover. First stop ball of the over.
Partnership up to 44.
Incredibly valuable.
7 for 48. They've recovered to 92. They're getting close to that 100 mark where they'll feel they're in the game. In the game enough for someone like Andrew Green to get a few wickets. He tries to scoop it. It's a bit of a top edge and he'll only get one. Clearly very confident now about what the wicket's doing.
Yeah, that was. You would not have tried that an hour and a half ago.
It'll be interesting to see if it's just the ball being soft that's done this, because if
Yeah, Parkville with a new ball. The pitch has dried out and is now good to bat on, or is it, as you say, at this point in the innings, a combination of both? The pitch has dried out, but yeah, the ball is very soft.
it's a Yorker from Josh, well bowled, no runs. We finished that over 6 of it. It's 7 for 93 in 41 overs. They'll be looking to get at least 110 from here, won't they?
110, 120, yeah, for sure.
With 4 overs left, you'd almost want to get a runner ball from here, which a runner ball would get them to 117. Which, given the start they had, the conditions with the new ball.
They'll be, yeah, as happy as you can be from where they were.
Pal's bowling to the left hander. Now Catlow hasn't really attacked Pal as much, except for that slog sweep, whereas Visser was trying to slog sweep everything.
Yes.
That's tossed up. It was taken on the full by Catlow, so he got that
Nearly
away too
two
long
there.
gone. It did go to James Dixon, and they were looking to take him on, but they.
And the rare throw in from Jimmy there didn't bowl it in.
I think he sensed that they might go for the second. Didn't have the luxury of bowling that in. 3.5 overs to go. Visser on strike. We know where he's going to target. It's not a mystery. That's a little flatter. It is shorter. Oh, I think it went off the mid-wicket fielder, didn't it?
Yep, that's a drop catch. And a single.
Just need to stay up with their concentration levels here. That's tossed up by Powell. It's blocked by Catlow.
He definitely looked less certain against Powell. As you say, far less keen to attack him.
He hasn't mistimed or edged anything or anything like that, but he's just been careful.
Yeah, just hesitant to attack.
He drives that one into the gap between backward point and cover. Gets one, looks for the second, but the throw is off.
It's a long boundary out there.
It is a long boundary. South Yarra just getting a little bit itchy out there. Feel it. That's a top edge slog sweep. There's a fielder there, and it's well taken. Is that Sam Chapman?
That is Sam Chapman. That's why I didn't say anything while it was in the air.
Nice, Sam. Really good, Sam.
Batsman definitely crossed as well.
Certainly did. That's a really valuable innings from Catlow. He's given his team
Every chance.
a chance now, yeah. And he's done the right thing. There's what, three overs to go? You've got, yeah.
And Pal, like clockwork, he almost always when he's playing one-day games gets a wicket caught at deep square leg or deep mid-wicket with a top edge slog. That's greeny, isn't it?
Yeah. They certainly needed that. Like it wasn't desperation or anything, but just as Jazzy said a few minutes ago, they're just wobbling a little bit and thinking,
But 49-run partnership, crucial.
Outstanding.
Wonder if he'll look back at it after the game and say that's where the match turned.
And for the Yarra's batters, it's like, well, that's the lesson. If you get in, it's there. And the pitch is a lot easier to bat on now because very good innings, but he was coming in at number 7 or 8, so he wasn't the best of their bunch, and he looked very good. So,
But I think, like we predicted early in the game, Norm and I, it's going to be looking at the conditions, and we felt it was going to be a low scoring result. I think we're heading in that direction.
yes, I'd be delighted but staggered if we can't get the victory.
So there are 2 by deep. Should I come and a game like this?
Well, yeah, pretty deep. Maybe falls away right at the end.
You'd have Pal at 9. Is that a number 11 or number 10?
No, I'd say with 11. Ashim Ashman's batting at number 10.
Yes.
And he's more than handy.
We'll just tell Jimmy Dixon to rewind to this point.
Oh, look, I'll say repeatedly, Jimmy can't bat. So, and if anyone's recording it, you want to pause it now? Jimmy can't bat. There you go. I've said it 3 times now, so I'll stand by that remark.
Josh Dennett into his second over, gave away 6. It's Andrew Green on strike. Andrew Green aggressive in his approach. I mean, with 2 overs to go, 3 overs to go, he'd probably be attacking anyway.
Yes, true. Even I've generally put the leave away by this stage.
But I don't know. He scored 100.
Yeah, he's
In a final.
definitely not a mug with the bat.
Field spread out, so that's clear indication that Ryan knows what's coming from Andrew. It is a full toss that he swings and misses at, so dot ball's a good ball. Doesn't matter if it's a full toss, long hop. On the scoreboard, it is a dot. The Yarras and Parkville peanut galleries have grown formidably. That's another
Yes,
full
and
ball.
they're becoming increasingly hydrated. So
Big swing at a full ball outside off stump. That's played and missed.
I wonder if
There's
they're a little
another
bit behind
yes.
the overrate here. 'Cause
I was
Josh
just
is-
looking at the watch as I saw Josh running back. It's 3:21. I think they're safe. They need to start the 45th over before 3:30, which I think they should be comfortably able to do. It'll be a single down to long on. Especially with Paul bowling at the other end.
Yeah, it shouldn't take. Unless someone starts getting bombed and going for boundaries left, right, and centre. Yeah.
8 minutes to go to get the overs in. Of course, under MCA rules for context, if you bowl an over for every over they bowl after 3:30, they get extra 5 runs, and that is 4 runs. That is a valuable 4 runs, and it's the 100 up.
And Aiden may have dislocated his finger.
Boys.
He certainly slid for that ball as it got over the
Right,
fence
right.
and hit the ground hard. Yep, he's dislocated a finger.
Aiden's clearly injured himself, so we're going to try and find a sub fielder, I think.
Yep,
He's broken his finger, I think. Either broken or dislocated, so he's off, unfortunately.
Out, mate. His finger's out. It's out, yeah. No one's going to get plays. Somebody will pop it in. You probably need a...
dislocated, busted. Is it broken the skin? Oh, it's just dislocated?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
dislocated a finger there, I think. So that's unfortunate. After bowling a good spell, so they are just scrambling to find a 12th man to field.
Temporarily down to 10.
Yep. Here's Josh to Visser. That is shorter outside the off stump. It's in the gap.
I'll get at least 2.
They will get 2. So 2 runs to Visser, who's also played a fine hand here. He's on to 25. Crucial runs.
am a little surprised they didn't have a 12th man ready to go.
Josh Farrell was named as a draw. But big swing and miss.
It's a good over from Josh.
He's gone for 7 runs. Josh, and then over.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the boundary. Forget that. Not a good over.
8,404. Not only is the boundary cost 4 runs, it's cost Aiden, who may or may not be able to bat now.
Oh. Well, I'll repeat it again for people who didn't hear it earlier. Pugs was in Brisbane for work earlier this week, so he's got to stay home and get a COVID test.
Pal now into what will be his final over, but his 6th over. They've got to be careful here with just 10 on the field. I don't think Norm is in whites just yet. I haven't seen him run onto the field. It'd be difficult to miss, Norm. But yeah, we should have had a 12th man probably suited up and ready to go. Andrew Green hits Pal straight. But there is a long off there. Jimmy has the ball in. Andrew's looking for a second, but
that was a little.
Centre back.
Well, that was a little slack from Visser. He was not interested in 2 at all there.
Yeah, I think that's more, guys on 25 versus a guy on 2. Wanting to keep the strike, which I think is fair enough. He plays the sweep, under edge for 1 run. Score moves on to 8 for 106.
120 is still on.
Well on. Ball goes flatter. It's a single into the pads.
Definitely reached that point in the innings where the fielding side's happy to concede a single.
That's tossed up. Down the wicket. Hit over mid wicket by Visser. Hamza making the big chase. He gets there. So it'll be 2 runs to Visser. Down to deep mid wicket.
Excellent piece of fielding from Avinash out there. And great bowling from Pal. Still throwing it up in the second last over. I like that. Just firing it in there.
He's mixing it up. I think you don't want to bowl the same pace every ball. Make it easier for the batsman to pick up what you're doing. That's well bowled actually.
That's
changed up his line.
A slightly unorthodox stop ball, but
I think that was a good change up because
yeah, he certainly deceived the batsman slightly, didn't he? Yeah. Norm has got changed and is doing some mildly energetic stretching on the sideline.
That's hit by Visser hard towards long on. He's content with the single to keep himself on strike. 6 runs of the over, you'd consider that a success for an off spinner in the death, bowling to 2 right-handers?
Yeah, that wasn't a bad over. We'll take that.
Norm's made his way onto the field as the 12th man. What's going on?
He's been sent back.
Why has he been sent back?
Well, this is slightly interesting.
Why has he been sent back? Gonna have to find that out at the end of this innings, but surely the umpires are allowed to swap, especially since the over hadn't started.
I can't be confused by that one.
Just to Visser. Visser puts it away to. Oh, it's not the 3rd man.
No, I'm with you there. I had no idea where that had gone.
I was looking towards fine leg looking for the ball, but it got in the back of the bat or something and it's gone to the 3rd man for 1.
I went looking for a fielder running because who's moving towards it?
Right, Shappy is having a look at why they have a deep square leg. I'm really confused as to why they did not allow him on the field. Is it because he's not named as 12th?
Possibly, that would be my only guess. I did like Norm's first thing was to the umpires.
But it's a sub-fielder, you can have anyone as a sub-fielder.
I thought so.
Green nicks it, he's caught behind
Josh gets a wicket and a dot ball, which
The
is
dot
just
ball.
as handy at this point of the innings. And what I will, without hesitation, refer to as a peanut gallery, because I know who they are. Getting fired up. Josh got a wicket there, which is a change to the usual MO of actively wanting him to fail.
It's the grand final.
Which strikes me as, well, no, let's not get into that.
Grand final does change things to strange people. Number 11 has to be Mulder. That's the advantage of being number 11.
And I think Ryan's putting a slip back in. Or is he? No, he's putting...
They have 10 fielders. They could have one.
No, he's moved Cannon to shortish fine leg, which makes sense for the big windy wolf that you get an inside edge on. Because there was no one behind square.
Don't know if he's a right hander or left hander yet.
Well, he's probably one of them.
Good call.
I have my moments.
9 for 111.
Let's hear it, mate.
The score. This says 112. But it is Woodsy who's changing that, so.
Well, not anymore, because I think he just drove Aiden to the hospital.
Oh, okay. I don't know which is the bigger punishment. Dislocating a finger or having to go to Woodsy.
You know, there's like a record of this stuff, Jazzy. People, you know, so I was trying to be not say things like that.
It's fine, he's not going to see this. Big swing and a miss, no run. He's a left-hander. Established that.
Yeah, and that's not massively clever batting either. You're the number 11. The other guys, you've just got to be actually just trying to get bat on it and get Visser on strike.
Yeah, he's got singles everywhere, actually.
Yeah, that's the thing. The field
Even if he hits it straight to cover, it's one. That's how deep Russia is standing.
yeah, and Yarras will be happy to give him one.
He top edges that.
And they don't
Didn't
run.
go,
And the batter's been tripped up by the wicketkeeper. It's all happening.
It is not particularly great cricket on that one. It was a shortish ball. It looped up,
Spooned
didn't
up
get
just
to
wide
the
of the fielder.
Wasn't a catch that got to the bowler. He got there. The running was terrible. Keeper took out the batsman.
And I didn't think the actual throw from Josh was the smartest idea either, given that could have potentially given away a run. So you weren't going to run him out. Just don't throw it.
Well, if he'd run him out, he'd basically finished the inning. So pros and cons.
I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised they didn't almost try the suicide single there. Just as soon as he spooned it, just run.
Yeah, if I was Visser, I'd be backing off quite a bit. That's a big swing and a miss and no run. They were seeing the impact of not taking that single. Even the first ball that he swung in missed. If I was Visser, I'd just be going for the ball. Like, it's worth the risk. Like, they've anyway ended up with no further runs.
Yes,
it
'cause
might have been better to just get on strike and get that extra.
Yeah, Visser being run out versus 3-4 balls
Yeah.
of the number 11. Hasn't proven to be much different so far.
That's all.
That's
Why?
oh, he's left the ball. He's left the ball. The last ball of the innings, he's left it. That's an interesting tactic.
I think he was expecting it to be called a wide. He's still having a chat with the umpire.
Well, one would hope, because it would be a very curious decision to just leave the last ball.
That's the end of the Parkville innings. 9 for 111, we think. It might be 112. I just need to confirm that. But South Yarra would have taken this at the start of the game for sure. I think Parkville would have taken it after the 20 over mark when they
At 7 for 42 or
7 for 48.
Parker would have been your hand off, and similarly from there, South Yarra probably a little disappointed.
But
On the balance of the innings, South Yarra are in front. But they've still, they've got to chase it, and so we'll see.
Parkville is a champion team. They were never going to just give up and go home. So they fought back to 111.
And they haven't lost a match all season.
Yeah. So we'll see how we go. That's the innings break. We'll see you in the next innings. And we're back. South Yarra's innings about to begin. Kenan Alev and Hamza Faizi walking out to bat. South Yarra chasing 112. So we have a pitch invasion of birds.
Commentators ready?
Cook's had a few. Anyway.
It's very close to breaking the no swearing ban there, but
So Hamza is going to take strike, I think. Kenan is the other bowler. With the ball, it looks like Andrew Green.
Andy Green to open. Yep.
The new ball did a lot of damage for Parkville, for South Yarra in the first innings. They really want to negotiate this period out with as little damage as possible. It's left alone. It's a good length outside of some to start from Green.
Still good carry. Certainly with the new ball.
Here's Green running in. That is short of a length. Ooh. Hamza just gets his club out of the way just in time.
Just in time, yeah.
The new ball's going to be the critical period, I think the first 20 overs or so. That's where Parkville will want to get 5 or 6 to really put pressure on South Yarra. We still don't know what the status is for Aiden. I don't think he's going to be available to bat, but
No, I'm pretty sure it'd be break glass in case of emergency type arrangements. You know, only if really, really required.
well, he has to get here in time for that. He's in the hospital, so.
Well, if he's got his phone with him, if it gets to that point, he might get the call. Mate, I don't care if you're still waiting. Just straighten it up and get back here.
Oh. That is another back of a length delivery that's kicked up a little bit. It's not kicking up as much as it did earlier with Aiden, but it's still a little bit of extra bounce there. So that
Good
guy,
line too.
excellent.
Hamza's doing well to just keep his hands away from it.
The sound of an ambulance. I wonder if that's Aiden on his way back. Probably not.
Doubtful. There are about 6 hospitals within the 1K radius of where we are.
That is again a length delivery that's just taken off a little bit more than Hamza expected. But we know this is going to be the case with the new ball. There's a lot of moisture in the wicket after all the rain that we've had in Melbourne.
Yeah, this is where opening batting is just a heck of a lot of fun.
It is hard in one way, but because most of the bounce has been more bounce rather than it shooting through, you can almost leave certain balls on length. Oh, what a delivery.
That's a very good over ball.
That was a short of a length ball that was intended to get up where it ended up, and well left by Hamza actually at the end. He just dropped his wrist,
Just enough, yeah.
swayed out of the way.
The temptation is to follow it with your hands.
Yeah.
Especially when you haven't actually laid bat on ball yet. So, I want to hit it.
All right, we're going to have to figure out who this bowler is.
Yeah.
Guys, what's the bowler's name? Thank you.
Yeah. Just as you wanted off, a couple of the fielders went, come on, Paddy or Killer. There's about 4 different nicknames. It's like, oh, it's good, Paddy.
Kenan facing his first ball. Is Kilpatrick usually the new ball bowler?
He hasn't been previously. Yeah, no surprise the name escapes me, but whoever it has been is
I
not,
know
not
Wilson
playing.
bowls some seam up. So does Nathan, obviously.
Yeah, but Nathan's in the bowling, but yeah, no, they've had another one. His name's disappeared out of my head, but he's not playing and hasn't been this season.
I think he's been playing in his own.
Ah, right.
I think I know who you're talking about. That is on a length. It's flicked by Kennan. They've got to push hard for 2 here, but they won't. Because that's pretty tidy fielding.
Because they would have both been run out
Yes.
by about 8 metres.
But you always take off looking for 2 though.
But we're away, so Kennan will be feeling better.
I was foolish on the pads and Kennan just waited for it and just guided it past the square leg fielder who's well in. So clearly they've seen what happened with South Yarra in the field, counting on some extra bounce, catching a batsman or 2 out.
Yeah, that one that balloons off the shoulder of the bat or the glove.
That is a shot of a length and Hamza gets well behind it. That's very competently played.
Yep. Very untroubled there.
It's a lot cloudier than it was even an hour earlier, but I think the wind is coming from a direction where there's clear weather, so I think we should have sunshine back very soon. That's your weather report from someone who's not very well versed with the ways of weather. Well left there by Hamza. It looked like he got tied up a little bit, but I think he just took his gloves out of the way.
Yeah, just dropped the hands, and that was almost another one left on length. As we saw a few of those in the Parkville dig.
It's almost exactly the technique you want, the ability to just be able to drop your wrist. Kilpatrick running in. That is a full ball. Hamza pushes it down to mid-on, but there's no run. 1 ball to go in the second over. So there are none for 1. Need another 111 runs to get. Parkville finishing 9 for 111 from their 45. They were 7 for 48 at one stage. So stage of recovery through Visser and Catlow. Oh, that's hit him on the helmet. That's hit him on the helmet. Get out the concussion test. Seems okay.
I think there was a bit of shoulder in there as well. I'm not sure if it was 100% helmet.
May have been. That's the end of the over. So they're clearly peppering Hamza. They didn't bother doing it to
No, which is an interesting tactic because Hamza will take on the hook
maybe that's
all
the
the
plan,
time
try and get the top edge.
and generally plays it very well. He says, hoping that no one remembered last week, Hamza got out hooking.
If you're hearing the clanging, that's just me correcting the scoreboard where Sandesh decided to add a wicket to the wickets column for some weird reason.
Maybe he's had a premonition. Who are you to doubt his mystical possible powers?
Anyway, Andrew Green running in. That is full. It's edged past second slip. The ball's running away down to the boundary. It will get there. Lucky 4 runs, but it's 4 runs nonetheless for Kennan. I think Luke enjoyed my commentary of that more than the boundary itself.
No, and then when it crossed the boundary and Kirk just called out "Go Hawks."
Kirk's clearly had a few.
Yeah. His usual boisterousness has been lubricated, and now he's off and running.
Well,
Very much the cliche. Doesn't matter how they look.
they put in a.
They're just marking off runs.
Is that a new third slip?
Yep, third slips come in after that ball.
Rightly so. Oh, that's a short ball. That's hit him on the elbow, according to Kennan.
And the umpire.
And the umpire
who's-
agreed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to hurt though. Copping one there.
This is where the cult of masculinity. Don't rub it. Why not? It hurt. Yeah.
As predicted by the weatherman, me, the sun's come out a little bit. Kennan's on strike. after that short ball. Will he follow it up with another one or a full one, you think?
I think he'd go full. It's unusual to actually get surprised by Andy's short ball.
That's back of a leg. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
a
brilliant.
very
fielding.
good piece of fielding. Yeah, generally, you're not surprised by Andy's short ball because before I played Parkville in A grade for the first time, someone told me, oh, you'll spot Andy's short ball because he leans right back and throws it with his shoe, and it's very easy to pick. And sure enough, the first time he did to me, run in, and I thought, oh, it's the short one, and then nearly forgot to play it. But yeah,
That's a leg.
he could do you for pace, but he shouldn't surprise you with a short one. You should be able to pick it.
2 balls to go in this, the third over. Lucky boundary for Kennan. He's 5 of 6 balls, so the runs have come, but
You say
not
lucky.
particularly convincing.
I say textbook opening batter boundary in the first 2 or 3 overs.
That is fair. It wasn't much in the air though. It was fairly
No.
low.
Because that third slipper's come in and is very close as
That's
well.
a short of a length delivery through to the keeper.
No, it's got some sort of sugar water in it. Yeah, I don't want that. You shouldn't be fouling even moderately good whiskey with Coke. It's on the internet now, mate. It's out there.
Yes, Andrew
14
Green.
people watching heard that.
That shot of a length. It's pushed by Kennan. Beautiful back foot drive.
Just a single.
He'll get 1. That's some extraordinary fielding from that short power fielder.
They're a good fielding team, Parkville. Yeah, he's had a good over the Manning close there. Went a stop earlier and then looks like a hair after that one.
Parkville not going to make this easy for Satyara for sure. It's none for 6 after 3 overs. Satyara need 106 to win of 252 balls. That's 2.5 runs an over. Hamza Faizi still not yet off the mark. None of 10. Kennan 6 of 8. That's back of a length outside off stump and left alone by Kennan. It's a warm sunny day. No, it's not warm. It's a cold sunny day.
It's partly sunny. It'll be cloudy again in 5
This
minutes.
is the most Melbourne of all Melbourne days.
Yeah.
There's been
Bit
rain,
of-
there's
bit
been
of
sun.
Bit of wind. What's missing is the late afternoon thunderstorm.
That's another dot ball. Well played by Kennan. Got on the front foot, got well over the ball. Peeking behind the curtain a little bit, Kennan broke his bat in a training session before the semi-final. He was absolutely smashed to bits by a Yorker from Ravi Jadhav. But he's gotten it fixed by Ben Lloyd and it seems to be working fine. So what do I know? That's a full ball that Kennan's driven between cover and point. The point fielder's heading after it, but it'll be 2 pretty comfortably.
Good shot again and good intent from Kennan too. Small run
That's right.
chases. It's a again a cliche, but yeah, break the back of it early. If you come out and play aggressively,
Because
before you know it, there's 20, 25 runs on the board, and the fielding team's starting to think, oh, we've got to do something out of the ordinary now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it puts pressure on the bowlers as well because and the fielders because they're worried about they have to start worrying about whether they should protect the runs or. That is shot and is played behind square
Maybe
by
throw.
Kennan. I don't think that's going to go to the boundary, so they're going to have to run this out. They're running hard and they'll get 3. That's good running between the wickets from the 2 batsmen. But Kennan is well and truly away. He's 11 of 12, so by far the quickest scoring batsman so far today. Albeit 4 coming out of an outside edge to third man.
That was a delicate late cut, Jazz, and I won't hear otherwise.
Spoken like an opening batsman. 2 balls to go in the over. Kilpatrick has struggled a little bit to get on top of Kennan, but Hamza has left the short balls pretty competently. That is a fuller ball. So Hamza almost playing the anchor role in this partnership, you think?
Well, not necessarily, but it's good for him if he's just feeling a bit hesitant or nervous to start, that Kennan has got away relatively freely, and the scoreboard is ticking over, and Hums is not thinking, oh, we're a little bit bogged here, I need to do something. He can take some time to feel a bit more comfortable, and then he is a naturally positive player. So once he feels better, it will come. But if he's just a bit scratchy to start.
That is a full toss that's driven by Hamza. Brilliant stop again, but he can't stop the single. But he definitely saved at least 2, I think. Right? That's the end of the over as well. So the score is none for 12 in 4 overs. Relative to the first innings, South Yarra was absolutely zooming.
Yeah, just calm down a bit, fellas. It's maybe just play out a couple of minutes.
Parkville was struggling to score. They were under 1 run and over for pretty much most of the first phase. They finally caught up, I think, in the 14th over where they were 14 or 14 runs, and then slid back again where they finished drinks. 14.
Chasing a small total, the consequence is getting more balls to hit because the bowling team knows what they have to do, so they are just going to be
Chasing wickets.
pushing harder, chasing.
That's a full delivery from Andrew. Hamza will get a single.
Good piece of running. Yeah, the bowlers are maybe trying more for a wicket than working slower to a plan of like, okay, we can do this over the next 2 or 3 overs and get it right.
That's right.
I have to get a wicket soon, if not immediately.
That's right. It's a double-edged sword, right? Like you say runs on the board, but sometimes when it's not enough runs, if you just get a bit of a start, it can get tricky. That's well left by Kennan. Left it on length, more than line, I think. Just back of the length, kicking up. Kennan has looked far more comfortable with that extra bounce than Hamza, but Hamza has also done a good job of getting out of the way, so Andrew Green's into his 3rd over here. That is short and wide. He went big at that. Missed it. Andrew taking a tumble in his delivery stride.
Yeah, no one will be terribly happy with that. Wasn't a great ball. You've fallen over. That's always embarrassing.
James Dixon was saying that it was difficult running in there because it was a bit soggy, a bit tough underfoot to run in. It's just hard work bowling from that end.
And Jimmy can make a little bit of a trench, is maybe overstating it, but where he lands,
Yes.
particularly when he drags that back foot.
Yeah.
So if you've got to come in and bowl after him, it's not the flattest surface you've ever seen in your life.
But James did predict that Andrew would find it difficult as well. He's a little more well built than Jimmy is, so carrying a little bit of extra through that run up. That is short. Ken has done really well to get on top of that. Nearly overthrows there, but again, brilliant fielding at cover.
Yeah, there are a few divots for the batter at this end as well, from Aiden presumably banging it in earlier on when I wandered out for a bit of a look. You can see where the ones he's dug in, there are quite a few spots from earlier on in the innings. So,
but he's doing a good job so far. And that's locked back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. Five overs gone, none for 13. South Yarra would take that start 100 times
absolutely.
over 100. Even if they weren't chasing the big total. Small total.
Under 100 now, so they'll be feeling better about that.
Yep. 99 runs to get at 2.48 runs per over. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is hard work out there today.
And yeah, even with a pitch that's good to bat on, this is a slow scoring ground.
That's a leg ball. Hamza doing well to get on top of that.
Yeah, thus far those balls they've stayed that length. We saw in the Parkville, a few of those ones have got a little bit bigger, and they were catching higher on the bat or on the glove. Whereas, as you say, Hamza looks in control of those ones. He's over them, getting them down.
And the other thing, the balls that Kennan's been playing drives at, those haven't got up as well. We saw a couple of wickets going to shots against the fuller balls, where the balls played havoc with the shot.
it's definitely an easier surface to bat on now. But still a very good attack that they have to deal with.
Parkville will be disciplined. They'll be hard to score off. But South Yarra, the longer they go, keeping as many wickets in hand as possible, they'll feel more and more in control of this game. As Hamza blocks the ball towards short mid-wicket. Parkville now have 3 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. No, it's just 2 slips in a gully. Sorry. I think it's only Andrew who has the 3rd slip.
It's quite a wide fine leg. Suggests he's still there for possibly the top edge hook.
Perhaps. That is full from Kirkpatrick and it's pushed towards cover for no run. That cover fielder has been excellent, so there's no chance of taking that fielder on.
No, that would be that could ruin your whole afternoon.
Hamza plays an uppish shot over mid-off. It's going to get to the boundary and it's 4 runs. Just gets to the boundary. May have jumped the gun a little bit with that call.
No, you can't argue results, Jazzy. That was in fact 4, as you so accurately predicted.
In the end, it just got there, but fantastic shot by Hamza. Got well under it. Made sure he cleared the mid-off fielder. Didn't try and hit it too hard.
No, it's just pure timing. Really good piece of batting.
And then he plays and misses that one.
That was a less good piece of batting. Yes, he's now remonstrating with himself. Should have left that. Yes, you should have.
But no harm done. Only positive signs so far for South Yarra as they're none for 17. 6 overs in. Parkville, at what point do you think Parkville start feeling the pinch a little bit at the runs?
Not yet. No, it's 40. Yeah, when get past 40, approaching 50.
You'd have to say Ryan Hanna Christmas game was for it with winning the toss.
Yeah,
I think it was a great toss to win.
It doesn't often make a big difference in our cricket, but yeah, today certainly.
That's full on the pads. Kennel sets off for a quick single and gets there pretty comfortably in the end. So really good running between the wickets. Good alert cricket from these two so far.
No, I don't. Yeah, Parkville won't panic. Well, I'm not sure they'll panic at any stage, but they won't be super concerned.
They're a champion team. They don't lose matches.
That's right. They know they've been in similar-ish situations many times.
That is a beautiful delivery from Andrew. Just on a length, off stump, perfect new ball delivery.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one that someone's going to edge. It's incredibly difficult to leave that alone.
Hamza's done a good job of just, even that one, it just looked like he just withdrew the bat just in time. He's always moving the bat in towards himself, so he's not pushing at it, which is what usually gets the nicks. That is short. Oh, he goes for the cut on that one. His eyes certainly lit up when he saw the ball short outside off stump, but it bounced a little more than he thought it would, and it's a good job he didn't get bat on it because I think he would have edged that.
Yeah, he would have. Glad he didn't edge it, but disappointed he didn't cash in.
Well, with the extra bounce, I think it's difficult to get bat on that. You almost need to try to uppercut it rather than cutting it.
I agree.
That is Fuller. He's driven it in the air above cover. Hamza finds the gap. And he'll get 2 runs. And by gap, I mean the gap above the fielder.
Plenty of gaps in the air, mate.
You wouldn't know too much about that, though.
No, I've only ever hit the ball in the air 3 times.
Did you get out all 3 times?
Probably, yeah. I got caught it long off once. Wish someone had been recording that. No one would have believed it.
Oh, that's a
That's
beauty.
a very good ball.
That is a beauty. But once again, Hamza just dropping his gloves. You can just see him dropping his hands as the ball's passing in. Excellent technique for an opening batsman to have facing bowling that way. We still haven't seen Aiden back, as far as I'm aware.
No, but Woodsy, who drove off with him.
That's wrapped on the pads. Big appeal. Not given. Not given, and that's the end of the over. Andrew was convinced.
Certain that was out, wasn't he?
It didn't
The man in
look.
the black trousers didn't agree.
And it looked pretty close, even from here. And Andrew would have had the best view, and he was convinced that I was gone.
Yes, it was almost one of those half appeals, wasn't it, where you just run down the wicket because it's out.
It's none for 20 after 7 overs. A lot of action in the 7 overs so far. That's a Yorker leg delivery from Kilpatrick to Kennan, and Kennan's just bunted it away for a single.
Good running
Once
again.
Yeah, excellent running between the wickets so far.
Good understanding from these two.
It's
so
not
far.
usually a good Yarra straight, but these two have done a pretty good job so far.
Oh yeah, as you were saying about Aiden, Woodsy, who drove him to what presumably was the hospital, has returned. So I don't know if he's left Aiden at the hospital, but yeah. Hopefully it's all moot.
Here's Kilpatrick to Hamza. That's a full ball on the pads. 7.2 overs up, none for 21. Chasing 112. Pardon.
That was good batting again from Hums. We saw a couple of the Parkville guys. That was the one they were looking to flick the square leg to mid-wicket and only succeeded in getting themselves out.
That extra bounce means you need to play with the straight bat as much as possible. Here's Kilpatrick. That is sliding down the leg side. Hamza trying to get some bat onto it. It's only a wide if it's at least a foot down the leg side from where the batsman stands. So it's just a dot ball.
And it's a bit wider on the offside, given the last ball of the Parkville innings. Which speaking to the bowler, he was rather surprised that it was not called a wide.
I think it was close to lighting up the pitch, to be honest. There's a full ball driven by Hamza. Little hard with the hands, so couldn't get a quick single. But it was well played. Aside from the odd back of the line delivery kicking up, these two have looked largely untroubled so far.
Yeah, and when they're not defending, they're looking to score. It's, they're being positive.
And I think on this ground, especially, you need the quick ones and twos to just add up to the score, because it can get difficult as it's driven by Hamza. Past mid-off. Should be an easy 2 here, as Nathan Green's, I think, no, that's Visser who's gone chasing after it.
Shot again from Hamza.
He's looked good on the drive.
Yes, it's the couple that have been over pitch, and he's looked to drive.
And he hasn't been afraid of hitting in the air as well, because the field's in, knows he can, just has to clear
the infield and you're fine.
Excellent start from South Yarra so far. That's a Yorker length delivery kept out by Hamza, and that's the end of the 8th over. It's none for 23. South Yarra need 89 of 222, which is 2.41 runs an over.
I'm surprised Kilpatrick hasn't thrown in another short one after he hit Hums in his first over, was it?
Bowling figures so far: Andrew Green 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9, and Kilpatrick 4 overs, no maiden, none for 14. I think we might see a change soon, at least from the Melbourne Zoo end, as Norm and I were calling it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that.
I think 3.5 runs an over with the new ball isn't ideal on in these kind of conditions. That's shot on the hip, and Cannon plays it away. There is no fine leg, so Nathan Green has to go herring after it.
No, there's no fine leg, but there was a man in a white hoodie walking along the boundary who I thought was a fielder, and then he seemed to be making a very laconic non-effort to get it.
It'll be 2 runs for Cannon. Cannon's 15 of 20. It's a strike rate of 75, which is absolutely rocketing along.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want in a small chase.
They've taken out that third slip now and brought back the fine leg. I'm not sure of that because this is the sort of decision that immediately leads to an edge pass third slip. Kennan goes with hard hands. It's gone between gully and point. As Ravi Shastri would say, if you're going to swing, swing hard. And it's
That wasn't third slip, but yeah, that was. I mean, you're putting in the fine leg to save runs. Essentially, Andy Green is not going to get Kennan out caught at fine leg.
But this is the thing with defending small totals, right? You have to balance both.
Well, I'm always lose now or lose later. That's essentially all you're doing with moving the fielders out to protect the boundaries.
Kennan not taking a backward step at all in this inning so far. That's edged. Caught at slip. I think it rebounded off the second slip.
I think second slip might have got a finger or two on it. He just sort of half put the hand in front of first slip. Who's done well to hang on to it because it is very distracting. Someone does that and doesn't catch it.
Yeah, I think second slip kind of jumped across. I think got a hand on it and it just kind of popped up for first slip.
Yeah, definitely sounded like there was a noise as it went past second slip, like it hit flesh.
But Parkville really badly needed that wicket. It's 1 for 27. Kennan, bit of an adventurous innings there, pushing at balls. But he's gotten South Yarra off to a good start. And now Sam Chapman's the number 3. We know how he's going to bat. He's more in
carefully.
He's more in your wheelhouse when it comes to batting.
Well, that's possibly insulting to both of us, but I'm not sure who it is more. Yeah, badly need a breakthrough from Parkville. I have to hope they can start a run of 2 or 3 in a hurry.
I think it's Nathan Green who took that wicket.
Took the catch, yes it was.
Hot green, bold green. Should say it was eventually caught by Nathan Green.
Chappie in the helmet today, which is not always. That's probably more a concession to the wicket than it is to the bowlers.
He went for the push, first ball.
Goodness me, that was.
Nearly spooned a catch to cover, and their best fielder as well.
Yeah, if anyone was going to catch it, that was the man.
He's just lucky he didn't get enough bat on that.
Way out in front of it.
He was practicing the defensive shot after that. I think that was probably the better choice of shot to play on that ball. That's well left by Chappie, wide outside off stump. Now this is going to be the tricky time because I think the onus will be on Hamza to make sure that the pressure remains on Parkville.
Yeah, you don't want the scoring to completely stall now.
Yeah.
Another 1 or 2 quick wickets.
And at the same time, you do want Chappie to kind of hold up an end. Be an interesting passage of play here. That's on the pads from Andrew Green. Chappie puts that away to backward square leg. Should be an easy 2. And they comfortably jog back for a second.
They're all easy 2s when Sam's running.
That is the end of the over. And the score is 1 for 27. 1 for 29, pardon, in 9 overs. Wicket of the over, but 6 runs as well. So even when the wickets have fallen, the runs have continued.
Scoreboard's still ticking, yeah.
We have a change now in the bowling.
Oh, good. Now Jazzy and I get to play the game if we don't know who any of the opposition are. That would have been my guess.
It is Catlow who is coming on, so change in the bowling. Spin.
Well,
a
and
lot
this-
earlier than South Yarra went to spin.
And this also 29. This also takes him out of the field. Where
He was the one
doing
at cover.
some superlative work at cover.
Yeah. 1 for 29 after 9 overs. First bowling change. It's been very early. Given how South Yarra's innings went, it didn't look like Ryan or Pal were particularly threatening with the ball. Is this just lack of pace bowling options, or is this something they're seeing in the conditions?
Chappie's not a great player of spin. That may have a little bit to do with it. He's just come to the wicket. He's certainly far more comfortable against seam bowling than he is against spin bowling. Definitely at the start of his innings. Once he's set, he's okay. But yeah.
Interesting field here. Got a slip, they've got a short cover, and then a squarish fielder who's also short. That is a shortish delivery that's bunted away for no run. And then they've got a point and mid-off and a sweeper. So he's clearly going to toss it up and hope that Hamza gets a catch. And there we go. There we go. Yep. That is the plan.
It's not a very complicated one. Yeah. You don't need an Enigma machine to decode it. Yep, I'm going to do this.
He's left that one alone. Wide outside off stump.
Sweeper's really at cover rather than to the point as well.
Yeah.
Very.
That is well played by Hamza. Got well forward, made sure he was on top of it and locked it down to the south short cover field now. Long ball to come. It's been gets through his overs quickly, clearly. And that's a maiden over. Just like that.
No muss, no fuss. Solid start.
Not a particularly eventful over, except for the half appeal, where only the bowler went up.
He was just excited. He's beaten the bat. He was happy.
We're going to have a change, or is it going to be Andrew Green to continue? Looks like Andrew Green is walking up, shaping to continue the attack. Yep. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. He's just taken a wicket. So,
Be curious if he just removed himself from the attack after.
do you think he'll go 9 overs straight? Or will he keep some at that time?
I think today he probably goes almost 9 straight. I'd be highly surprised if this got down to the last 5 or 6 overs. South Yarra could well be 7 or 8 down when we hopefully get the runs, but I don't imagine that's going to be super deep into the innings.
Tackle delivery on middle stump. Chappie just blocking that away. 1 for 29. Required run rate of 2.38. Not really in the equation. That's on the pads. Chappie likes it there. He's put that away to square leg. It was a little uppish for a second, but not really risking getting caught.
Comfortable single. Hamza will sensibly realise that he's got a different partner running with him now.
Yeah, that's the other thing that changes with the wicket of Kennan, because Kennan and Hamza were really pushing for those quick singles and successfully as well. That is a full delivery on the stumps, and Hamza is equal to the task. 1 for 30. 3 overs to go in the 11th over. 82 runs to get. That is a short ball outside our stump, well watched by Hamza.
That was one of the first of Andy's shorter ones. It's ballooned a little bit, whether he's softer ball or he's starting to run out of a little bit of steam. Yeah, the other ones he's dug in have really got through nicely. The wicketkeeper, they've stopped a little bit.
With all the games being one-dayers this year, and Parkville really such a dominant team this year, so would they have ideally preferred a longer? Oh, that's in the air.
That should be out.
From Hamza, that should be gone. And it is caught. That's a big wicket. Hamza going for that uppish drive that he's successfully pulled off a few times before, but ending up with the top edge.
That one wasn't quite there.
It was back of a length.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that drivable length, was it? Maybe. Well, yeah, find me the batsman who's wrapped when they're walking off, and I'll find you a liar. But he might be best pleased about that.
Indeed.
Archie out now to join Chappie. This is the guy who can take the game away from Parkville if he gets in and gets going. Batter's cross, so Chappie will be on strike.
It's 2 for 30. Big moment in this game. It's well left by Chappie. And that'll be the end of that over. It's 2 for 30 at the end of the 11th. Very delicately poised this match.
As it usually is when we play Parkville. It's the rare match that is a blowout either way. They're usually pretty tight. Like last year's grand final, obviously no notable exception.
Archie McPherson, the new batsman for South Yarra. Wicket keeper. Basically 2 partnerships, really. Just need 2 significant partnerships to get us across the line. 30-40 runs each. That's it! And he's gone!
Well, that's certainly put the proverbial cat.
That's 2 wickets in 3 balls. Archie going first ball, caught it slip. Well.
Flighted it up a little bit and really pushed hard at it.
Game on. Game was well and truly on. Well, we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
No, that's a very big wicket. Arguably Yarra's best bat.
Yep.
And even subconsciously, the rest of the team's probably looking to him to get a fair few of what's left, and then when he gets that first ball, naturally sends a bit of a shudder through the sideline.
Abhinash walking out to bat, inexperience in the sense that it's his first year of top cricket in Australia.
In good form. Last couple of hits have been very good. Very animated Parkville side now. They know if they're not on top, then they're certainly right back in it.
The last one was caught by Nathan.
Yes. And spin early in the innings. Bang.
Yeah, can't argue with the result. Times tossed up by Catlow, and it's well played by Abhinash. I think Archie went a little bit hard.
Yeah, it's first ball you just want to hit it and
Kind
go
of
look
open the face towards cover as well, which
go looking for it a little bit, and yeah, unfortunately for him.
it's tossed up. Abhinash, ooh, his eyes lit up when he saw that.
Is he wearing black gloves?
He is.
Oh dear, no, I'm not having that.
Appeal for something? No.
Appeared to be bat on ground. That was my initial impression. The wicketkeeper was not interested at all. And when the wicketkeeper
I
does,
thought it went to cover. I think
no,
it
it went to slip.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, when the wicketkeeper's not interested, you know that it's probably not out.
That is short. Oh, he's just cleared the infield. Abhinash living dangerously.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yep. It's got very tense all of a sudden.
It's a grand final.
Yeah, but that's I suppose I haven't played in a close one. Like everyone I've played in won comfortably. There was never any nerves outside of a usual game. Yeah, we got this. And then watching the ones last year was like, well, there wasn't a lot of tension in that game.
What a game we have on our hands. I think Gideon Hay walking in this direction.
He's come to reclaim his microphone.
It's also like Angelo and Chappie.
Not interested even a little. Yep. That was the premeditated leave, that one.
Well, surely Andrew Green's just going to bowl through, I think.
Yeah, he almost has to. Oh,
As long as he can.
Is there a vest coming off? Yeah,
Change.
I think it's Nathan. Yeah, I think Andrew's run out of puff.
Gideon. Nathan.
Well, I was going better than 10 minutes ago.
Game's in the balance. 3 for 31. Doing scoring.
Looking in the future.
So you're scoring simultaneously with.
Yeah. I'm going to hand the mic over to Gideon. He will commentate with Luke from him.
There'll be a lot of thoughtful pauses.
Good view you've got here, Luke.
Yeah, it goes all right.
It does.
Not a bad spot to be watching at all.
You bowl?
Yes, Nathan Green's into the attack now.
Oh, yes.
I would presume Andrew just ran out of puff because he was bowling well. AB picking it up with his black gloves there.
So have you been here from the start, Luke?
I got here about 2 overs in.
Okay.
Saw the wickets, yeah. Batting was very difficult this morning.
It's a good toss. Good toss to win for the Yarras.
Definitely a good toss.
Yeah.
Not often that that's necessary, but today certainly. Mostly well done.
It would have been a very good pitch with a bit of sun on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it looks flat, consistent covering.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But it was tennis bally bounce this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And, if you
Couldn't play it in front foot of
No.
any sort of confidence. That's
came wide of the crease and angled it back in. Not enough room to play that shot.
no, and didn't play with any
No.
conviction at all. It was a very half-hearted prod. Well, 4 for 40, 30 something. I don't know, I've lost count.
It's because
See, look what happened.
Jazzy's walked away with the iPad. 4 for 31.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Jazzy walks away and the maths.
And of course, some uncertainty about whether Josh Farrell is going to be back. Was that? Oh, it was Aiden, was it? Okay. Oh.
Well, yes and no. I think the uncertainty's probably evaporated in the last 10 minutes. He needs to be here and sticky tape his hand back together and get out there.
Apparently, casualty was pretty crowded.
Yeah, and fortunately / unfortunately for him, he hadn't broken the skin and there wasn't blood or bone.
No,
It was just a normal dislocation.
So what he needed to do was amputate, self-amputate, and then he would have got some attention. Okay.
Yeah, with 6 or 7 balls, I think, left in the innings when he did it. And he's not generally a man who makes much out of anything, really, Aiden. But it was,
No.
oh, this is a bit uncomfortable. I think I need to go off. Okay, he's badly hurt.
That was a very uneducated edge, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very fine, very, very close to leg stump. We've got the perfect view of that. It would have been about 6 inches away from the base of leg stump.
Yep. But if Jazzy's still doing his wagon wheel on my cricket, it probably just looks like a nice.
Yeah, so very fine glance. Well, this is a crucial spell, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
So they don't come much better than Nathan Green. Well played by Chappie. Getting up on his toes.
Chappie will be in his. It'll be in his mind now. Like he has to see it through. Just going to drop anchor and get everyone to bat around him.
The way you play the game, Luke.
Well, I don't play the game.
Well, you used to play the game. And he will play the game in future.
You all seem
I'm on a promise.
You all seem very convinced about that. That's a good piece of bowling. Just been pushed over, hits it a little. Been pushing him back, trying to draw him out. A bit like his first ball. So the end of the 13th, 4 for 32. Going not nearly as well as it was about 20 minutes ago. 2 away from the first drinks break. And Catlow has had a pretty good day so far. Got 30 something.
Better well, actually.
Yeah.
Better well. Made very good contact.
To get Parkville to, well, as it turns out now, very competitive.
Yeah.
Was fielding like a superstar for the first 3 or 4 overs and now got a wicket.
No one back. No one back at backward square leg. Ooh.
It's not easy to tell from the sideline, but he does appear to be bowling that length where if you just came at him a step, you'd nearly get to it either on the full or the half volley, but it's very difficult to tell your brain to do that when you're 4 for 30 and I can't run down the pitch.
He's giving a lot of air, isn't he?
Yeah. Whether it's dropping suddenly and so it's maybe doesn't. It's not as easy to get to as perhaps it looks from here. Well, Josh could probably just take one big stride and he has to skip down the pitch.
Left by Sam.
Well, that's your other option, I suppose. There is enough bounce in the pitch. You can nearly play him off the back foot. Very hesitant batting it.
It's a well set field, isn't it? I like those 2 short covers. Just makes it a little bit difficult to drive with the pitch being still slightly slow. Bit of bounce there.
Yeah, and you can't really even sort of squirt line.
No.
For a single, like you just open the face a little bit. They've got it's all covered in there.
I wouldn't have thought that you needed the deep cover.
No, that's
If he's prepared to play the shot.
one. They would have played enough cricket against Sam to know.
Yeah.
Particularly against spin, that's probably not his strength.
No, we were talking before, weren't we? I was talking off air about Sam's technique. He doesn't come far forward or go far back. He tends to play with his hands.
Yes, and speaking as an equally average player of spin bowling, he's not the best player of spin bowling that the competition's ever seen either. But that, possibly like me, comes from a lifetime of mostly opening the batting. When you face the spinners, you're generally in.
Well, if you're facing the spinners, you've done your job.
Yeah. Starting your innings against the spinners is a whole different skill.
Have you got a killer stat for us, Jazzy? Yep.
How many runs? What did he score? 35.
Right. Once again.
He's playing away from his body a little bit.
It's interesting how wide Green comes of the crease. He's right at the extremity of the return crease. So basically, you feel like every ball you have to play. Although he could mix it up, couldn't he? He could, as a variation, come very close to the stumps.
Yeah, well, one would presume that's easier to come in when you bowl wide most of the time.
Yeah.
Just to go the other way, where
Yeah.
it's super close to the stumps type, and then it's, I'll go out a bit wider, it's going to feel a bit strange. positive shot he's looked
Mm.
like.
Almost ducked into that.
Yeah,
didn't
that
he?
was
Yeah.
rather awkwardly played. Wouldn't have thought he was a man who had to duck terribly often.
No.
Job around head height, he can probably just look at it. Because they've had to dig it a long way to get it up to Josh's head. Last ball before the first drinks break now.
Well dug out.
Yep.
Good variation.
That'd be Parkville session. I think you could pretty comfortably say.
Yeah.
4 for 33 after 15 overs.
And you could say they've had the last two sessions, really.
Yes, certainly.
They've
The
bounced back well the second half of their innings.
yeah, from being 7 for 48
Yeah.
to get to 111.
Yep.
They'll be. It was one of those pleased and disappointed bowling innings where
yeah.
you would have taken 9 for 111 offered at the start of the innings, but at 7 for 48 you'd be disappointed they made 111.
Any word from the casualty ward? No. Not good. Our boundary rider, David Woods, just joined us with the latest from the rooms. He's been COVID tested. Yeah.
He needed to be more badly injured to get
Yeah.
immediate attention.
Maybe he should have walked in with his whites to make it look... Oh, was he? I thought Norman borrowed his whites. Oh, okay. Right. Well. Oh, dear. Yeah.
Seems like
Yeah. Time for a sanitise.
yes, as I said to Jazzy earlier, this shouldn't be a drinks break. Just sanitise the ball and keep playing. I don't understand why we're having 2 drinks breaks when it's 20 degrees.
Do they sanitise the ball or they sanitise the hands?
Both.
Do they? Okay.
Is,
I should know that because I'm the COVID safety
COVID
officer at
safety
the Yarras.
I've heard you refer to yourself as that a couple of times.
I just say every now and again, boys, you're standing too close together.
When have you been to Brisbane?
Yeah. Yeah. Really? I'll tell my daughter that. She's terrified. My daughter gets queasy every time they show footage on TV of people being injected because she's got a strenuous objection to needles of any description. Okay, all right. I'm talking to David Wood, a Yarra's member. He is the first member of the club to receive the COVID vaccine because he is one of our frontline heroes. You're closer to the front line than I am.
Which one did you get?
How do you get the Pfizer one? Do you need to know people? Okay. Right, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, the sun's out here at Como Park. The ground is looking a picture. I think you'd agree, Luke.
Wow, this is a big moment for me. I get to correct you. We're actually at Brent's Oval.
Oh, Brent's, what am I saying? 4 for 33, needing 99. No, projected 99. Requiring 79 runs from 180 balls. Look at that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought the run rate is a terrible
Yeah.
problem at the moment, but
Oh my God. Should I read out the scorecard? Yeah, why not? Okay, all right. Whew. So Hamza was caught question mark, bold A green. Thank you, Jazzy, for 10.
I wouldn't have thought there was any question about it. He caught
Yeah.
it very cleanly.
Keenan Alev was caught, was out to the greens. Caught Nathan bowled Andrew. Chappie's 3 off 14. Unfortunately, Archie was out first ball. Pudell out for 1. Deniet is 2. And he's 4 for 33 off 15 overs.
Well,
Chasing
if you're gonna
1-1-1.
fail, get it done quickly.
Yeah.
There's no point getting a 20 ball done.
Well, yeah. 4.5.
4.5 at best.
Yeah.
Gatlow to continue after drinks.
He does. Pushes it through, doesn't he? Yeah. I still do not see why they need a deep cover. Sammy's no sign of blazing cover drive so far.
No, you could put him somewhere else where he's going to catch it, I think.
Getting good bounce, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's put another guy in short in that cover.
Yeah, you could.
Three of them.
You could. One.
That's smart batting. There's plenty of room on the leg side if you're prepared to wait on your back foot.
Just
Work it around the corner.
lost a bit of patience there, Catlow. Tried to bowl straighter. It's not huge turn, but I think there's quite a bit of bounce.
Yeah, it seemed to be the main method of Ryan was beating the bat to the right hander earlier. He was more with bounce than it was with spin.
Oh, Jazzy, good one there. First one after 15 dot balls. Listen to this.
Ticking over. Runs flowing again. The local version of the Como dog walkers have appeared. The bird life has started to encroach on the ground, demanding to know when the game's going to be over so they can...
Play with their frisbee.
Well, you could go over to the other 400 metres of oval. Isn't currently being used. It's just setting to me settling a lot of scores. That's what this is now.
Are there names for the ends here, Luke?
Well, we,
City end? City end? Right, okay.
the zoo end.
And
Yeah,
the zoo end.
Jazzy and Norm were on that earlier.
Oh, straight through him. Straight through him.
Yep.
Slightly loose drive from Sam. Didn't defend.
No.
Pushed
and
at it.
Whether it was or whether it almost looked like he was facing it. But that's with Chappie's easy style. If he misses one, it always looks like that just because of the Pal out to bat now.
Pal.
Probably what would have been Aiden's position, I think. So, yeah, sticky tape up your finger and your back here, kid.
Pal batted much this season? He's been sort of down
Not a great deal.
number
He's certainly
9.
batted
Yeah.
lower in the order, yeah.
But he can bat.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I think it might be decided before then in this game.
Well, it's a couple of years ago now. Pal did bat at number 3 in the most recent second order premiership grand final side, so he's definitely a lot better than number 8 or 9. Oh yeah, Parkville definitely on top now. loose ball.
Mm.
Yeah.
In how many balls, Jesse?
Yeah, so in fine Yarra's tradition, or any local cricket club really, let's be honest. Every club thinks they've got a mortgage on batting collapses,
But we do.
we've lost 5 for 7 after being number 27.
A couple of loose shots in there too.
Yeah.
Harmser didn't need to play that shot.
No, and AB will be particularly
Yeah.
disappointed with the way he got out.
Good ball. Called no.
Well felt by Palace.
So 5 for 7 in 47 balls. That is a tale of woe. Oh, although not if you're Parkville.
Well, this is if this was a movie, this is the the end of the second act where the hero has some sort
Too
of
high.
misfortune or
Going over.
borderline tragedy where it all looks to be going against them, and the rousing third act.
And then
which-
with one bound he was free.
yeah, and the inevitable special effects and CGI that affect every film. There's some sort of giant fight, and yeah, the hero comes out victorious. This will just be an amusing tale to tell at the end of the evening. Maybe.
A shot.
Good from Powell, he's away.
No. The last thing you need right now is a run out to donate a wicket to the opposition. So discretion the better part of valour there.
Yep. So it's now 5 for 35. 17 overs gone.
Grim old game, isn't it?
Yep. Well, I think
Runs at a
within
premium.
10 seconds of them starting to talk earlier, Jazz and Norm said it was going to be low scoring and it was going to be close.
Mm.
And they've,
Well, they're two very strong bowling sides, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty much the way it has been the last couple of years between them in finals.
pitch offering a little bit of
Yeah.
assistance to an already strong bowling attack.
Yeah. Would have been interesting if it had been the other way around. They'd won the toss and sent us in.
Not sure. Well, I very much doubt we would have got to 111.
No.
48.
Yep.
There is a reappearance on the sideline of one Hayden Kenworthy, who I can see just wandering now into the park, into
Gingerly?
the change rooms. No, his legs are all right.
Okay.
He's not walking gingerly. But presumably to actually get the whites back on.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, unfortunately
Play
for him,
pal.
I think pretty sure he's going to be required. And yes, that's right. Yeah, this is the third act. The hero has returned. He's, thought lost, and now it's come back.
Ooh, good variation.
That's well bowled,
I
yeah.
haven't seen him bowl that quicker one before.
And well kept out in the end.
It was certainly quicker, flatter.
Good fielding. Powell think that's a missed opportunity. Well, toss. Another over. I think that was another mate.
How many is Catlow bowled now, Jesse? 5, 4. 1 for 3 off 5.
Quite a lot of under 12 style figures getting around. Ashwin had like 3 for 6, 2 for 6 at one point. It's
Off how many? 2 for 5 off 9 from Ashwin Sridhar today. Vintage performance. Kenworthy's back? And? Yeah. So it was a dislocation. Beautiful. Okay.
Run.
All right.
Through backward point from Josh. Should be a couple. Yes, the bird's just being rather annoying there, but
Aidan Kenworthy back like Lazarus with a triple bypass. Had his finger popped back in, so he's going to be fit to bat.
hope. They're scoring one run at a time. It's not that hard to add
Yeah.
up. Given very little away. That's Parkville though. It's just nothing. You got to earn everything you get.
I think he could be fuller.
Well, back of the link's generally been the length today.
Yeah. It's his standard length. I wouldn't mind seeing him throw one up there every now and again. Ooh, he's played that off the back foot, even though that was quite full. Josh doesn't get far forward.
No. But he probably doesn't need to.
No, he's
Half a step for him is a big strike for most of us. It looks like he's propping, but he's actually got right to the pitch of it.
Oh, it's a good variation.
A few of the boys become a bit downcast about the chances. A slightly aggressive game of kick to kick has broken out in the last 5 minutes or so. It's just got all the hallmarks of going a little bit too far.
Since when can you?
Someone getting badly injured.
Since when can you remember cricket finals on round 2 of the AFL season?
Usually finished, aren't we?
Yeah.
We've been told by councils get off grounds, footy
Yep.
clubs need them, you have to be finished.
And of course, these grounds haven't seen football for 18 months.
Yeah.
No wonder they're looking so good.
Yeah, it's amazing what 50 or 60% less traffic flow does, isn't it?
You heard it here first, folks. Port Adelaide 37, Essendon 10 at quarter time. It's around the grounds with David Wood.
Kicked a goal, to be honest. It's moderately average, we've got 10.
Okay.
Port very good, Essendon no good, so it's not a galloping surprise. Good team beats bad team. That low continuing. Nathan Green, I think, forgot his hat. It's going very nice. The batters really don't look like they know where they're going to get a run. I would think so. This is his 7th over? 6th. Yeah, you've got to hope you get a ranked bad ball, but otherwise it's just been very... That's a good piece of bowling.
Keeper's taking basically everything above waist high. Very unusual for a finger spin, though. Good shot.
Brens.
take
Good
one.
shot for one.
Big ground, not too many boundaries today.
No, and the ones Parkville got in their innings were mostly half track. So we hit 75% of the way.
Jazzy, how many boundaries today? I thought I'd throw you a curly one. Eight boundaries from Parkville, 2 from us. So 10 boundaries in the whole day's play. Yeah,
Well, as a percentage, what's that? 10 out of 50 runs. So
Hmm.
it's about a quarter. Wow.
Played, Powell. We'll play it again. Looking nice and compact in defence, Powell.
Oh, sorry, a mate of mine's playing a grand final in Geelong today, so I was just looking at the score. His team is 4 for 100, chasing 220 to win.
Ooh. Who's playing?
That's Warren Collins against Geelong West.
Okay.
GCA, what is it now? Division 3, seconds.
Oh yeah. We played a season at Geelong West. No, off the
Appeared
shoulder.
to be off the shoulder, yep.
Off the shoulder.
A lot of teapotting from the fielders. They seem slightly convinced there was some glove or pad involved there.
He seemed to get his hands down, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked it. Wow, that's, very, I'm not going to say sooky, but settle down, guys. You're still going very well. Umpires haven't had a lot to do, though. It's been,
A cheeky run there from Powell.
It's been no leg before decisions. I think the first wicket was possibly a bit of doubt, but the batter walked and saved the umpire from doing anything.
Well, there were two that the batsman walked, weren't they?
Yeah.
And actually, they might not have been given if the batsman had not walked. There was a thick edge onto a pad, wasn't there?
That was the first
flew
one,
to, yeah.
To Pal in the gully.
Yeah, and there was a caught behind.
Mm.
I heard a sound in each case, but the umpires didn't seem to respond. I wouldn't have been surprised if the umpire's finger would have stayed down if they'd been forced to give a decision. They might end up being crucial.
Yes, well, I wondered with the first one if the umpire perhaps thought that the bowlers were feeling for a leg ball.
Yeah,
And it was clearly nowhere near that.
yeah.
And so he didn't seem initially that interested.
Right, Josh, nice solid defensive shot there. To close out the over.
Another good over.
5 for 39, and Nathan Green has 2 for 5 off 5 overs.
And Jazzy's my cricket projections have South Yarra to get 84. That's not going to be enough. That being said, for a good part of the Parkville innings, it was predicting them to get something like 42. So, the machines are not infallible. What's the win viz? on
Cricket
this?
is going to be the winner, Dave.
You forget this is a visual medium as well. People can actually see that. When you say cricket is the winner, it's if this is audio, we could probably get away with that.
Catlow again. It's worked away for a single. Just forward a point.
It's about all you can do.
Batsmen look a lot more comfortable playing Catlow off the back foot than they do the front.
Absolutely. Just wait for it. Yeah, perhaps from the crease is about as far as he goes about getting back.
Well left. Yeah, a bit. On our socials. Are you handling the socials, Dave? Don't ever use me in the same word as sentence as socials. A shot.
And
Well run.
That's what they need to do. There's obviously not going to be many boundary balls.
Bringing it on just in slightly. Well run. Worked slightly to the right of mid-on.
Well, that would be a bit tasteless now. He's dead.
What?
Mid-on's generally been a bit deeper for Josh. I think he just forgot to move up for Pal that ball, and he sort of only made it in a couple of metres. That was a bit of a lazy shot.
Another over from Catlow ends.
3 off that one.
7 overs, 1 for 7.
Torrent of scoring.
Okay.
Unsurprisingly, Nathan will continue bowling.
Well, digs one out. Yeah. Graham's just pushed his length forward slightly in the last couple of overs.
Been one or two that just had to come down quickly, haven't they?
And a rare loose one.
Yeah, Pal will be disappointed he didn't get some bat on that one.
Get it away.
Those balls few and far between.
Pal looking solid so far? How many hours?
In the overs. Observes our statistician.
Good,
Another
Pally.
good lead from Pal.
Not sure it'll end up making much of any difference, but it also is 20 past 5.
Hmm.
We're only halfway through.
Although it's
and we're
probably
only
as
halfway through
bright
the
as
overs.
it's been at
Yeah.
any stage today.
We're nearly into that time of year where when dusk comes, it comes pretty quickly.
Hmm.
So if this goes down to the wire, that could be another
Yep.
challenge for the
Could
batters.
be. Nice shot. Well taken single. Just pushed slightly to Catlow's right. He's very quick in the covers, Catlow. Not quite quick enough to cut that off.
Yes, presumably he has many cat-related pun nicknames describing his movements.
Whose nickname was the cat? Phil Tufnell. That was because of his nocturnal habits rather than his agility.
All right, he'd like to.
Oh,
Very uppishly
and
played,
that's the
edge
little
for
bit
a
of
slip.
luck that a batsman needs. Firm-footed push, just wide of second slip. Not sure a third slip would have caught that. It was just equidistant between second slip and where a third slip would have been.
It was quite high as well. But yeah, first boundary for a heck of a long time.
Heck of a long time. We can do better than that, Luke. When was the last boundary, Jazzy?
Well, Jazzy can. I can't.
From the sixth over to the...
Oh, is that the one he hit over the top?
Yeah.
That was a good shot.
First boundary since the 6th over, folks. A little single. Looked off the outside edge, just short of slip.
Excellent placement.
Everyone counts.
Viral in that they've made people ill. Is that? Just about left that one out of the hand.
Once again, that's 6 inches over the top of the stumps. Good leave again.
Yeah, without the softness this morning, this would have been like an absolute belter of a pitch. Given it's still bouncing this much at this point of the day. It was probably dry and hard. That was a good piece of ball.
I still think they're two wasted fielders. Backward square leg and deep cover. They're just not in the game. They haven't touched the ball so far.
No. Possibly they said something offensive to the captain.
Well, you could actually have a short leg. Could have a silly point. They've actually pushed out one of those short covers, haven't they?
Yeah, really almost anywhere else. We've been used them where they are currently. Pretty sure over where the Yarras are congregated that Aidan Kenworthy is indeed padded up and was just having a few practice some shadow batting.
Is that a confirmed sighting?
Yeah, they're over at...
Are they over the nets?
No, square of the wicket. They're just in the little interchange.
Oh, yes, so they are.
Bench
Yep.
over there.
Yep.
Pretty sure that's him standing there with
Good
the pads on.
signs. Good signs for the Yarras. Ooh.
I've heard Gid do the live reads on his podcast. He should do this part. It's so natural.
No, I have to have them scripted. So I could never think of anything to say.
I think this is Vista into the attack, yeah. Nathan Green has finished his excellent spell of 6 overs, 2 for not a lot. Yes, it was. Thank you. Again, slightly curious bowling change tomorrow. Watch me look stupid if he gets a wicket here, but
I think they had to change it up. And you weren't going to take Catlow off because he was coming to the end of his spell.
yeah, true. Whether Nathan was also getting a little tired, he had tried about 5 Yorkers. in
You
the
might
last
try him
two
at
overs,
you
whether
might
that's-
try him at the other end. Oh, brilliant caught and bowls on the rebound. There you go, very astute bowling change
Yes.
after all, Luke.
As ever, what do I know? Nothing. But yeah, he's done well not to panic and drop that. 'cause it's got
Slightly slower pace. It looked like he tried to turn it on the onside. Probably got a leading edge. It's gone back. About 5 or 6 attempts to pouch it, and this has taken a caught and bowled. Very good caught and bowled. That was a crucial wicket.
yeah, the runs weren't flowing, but those two had done a reasonable job of just sort of stopping the bleeding over the last little while.
So Yarra's now 6 for 48. I think they're still bleeding copiously,
Well,
actually,
yeah,
at 6 for 48.
The
Now, South Yarra requires 64 from 123 balls, 3.12 per over.
and it is indeed Aidan Kenworthy stepping out to bat.
It is indeed.
So really, for the sake of balance, we should probably lose a wicket here, just to make things properly even. As with Parkville, quite a deep batting lineup, so you wouldn't say that well, panic is a strong word. They'll be very concerned, but everyone who comes in to bat, they need what, 63 runs,
64.
64 runs to win. Yeah, he's out there, presumably with the finger well strapped and some painkillers of some description that hopefully haven't made him too loopy.
I think he looks in good order.
And he's away.
Best shot of the innings. Through the covers for a couple.
Glorious start. 50 for South Yarra.
Looked in no discomfort there at all.
No.
Still, he's nailed that. And it just shows that was the area, wasn't it, that was quite damp at this before the start of the game. It's probably the slowest part of the outfield. Slightly shorter, pushing forward a bit more tentatively that time.
Yeah, again, another very naturally positive player, Aiden. So if he's pushing and prodding, he's not going to scratch around for half an hour. Should be feeling better, having had a couple hit the bat, and he hasn't recoiled in obvious discomfort. Obviously, the danger is copying one on the glove, which might be a bit different.
It's gone over the top there. It's fallen safe. Thick inside edge. Didn't quite time. It's hard to drive on this surface. Yeah.
No, well, that's his way.
So now we'll get a look at Catlow. Will he play him out or will he try to take him on? Prudent thing would be to play him out. Last over of his spell.
Yeah, that's getting out in this over playing a 4-shot has got a lot of marks of something that's going to bother you the entire winter.
There have been a few shots to haunt your winter today, haven't there?
Particularly, if the result doesn't go your way, you think, oh no. If only. Why didn't I?
Yeah,
That's good.
takes him on. That's a lovely shot. And that will go for 4.
And Josh very optimistically going in for the glove punching there. I hope they coordinated hands. That could have been problematic. But that was good batting. Just waited.
No one's told him the score.
Didn't
Lovely inside-out drive.
Didn't push too hard at it like a couple of guys have today. Just waited for it before he hit it.
Is that right? It's going to fall safe. Well fielded. Kept down to 2. Picked his spot. Yeah.
Well, so much for playing out the last over circles.
Yeah, you're right.
But again, let's be honest, that's our default position every time.
We've been playing out the over for our entire careers, haven't we, Luke?
Yeah. So they're over the hump. 57.
Quite a fluent drive there.
And 1 or 2 drunken punters on the sideline. Got a little excited there. Just hit it into the ground, fellas. That's out.
That's out. Oh, it's like he's hit it. He's claiming he's hit it, but unfortunately, it's only one man's opinion that counts. He's gone back to the quicker one.
It's done a trick.
Taking his life in his hands. How many to go for Catlow? Last ball of his spell, was it? Yep.
Oh,
so he's finished with 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14, and 35 runs and some athletic fielding. That's an outstanding effort. If Parkville prevail in this game, that's almost a man of the match award, I think.
Well, yeah, hard to argue with that. But yes, the batter had the look of a man who was miffed When the finger went up,
No,
it
just
skidded
quicker
on.
one.
It was a quicker ball.
Yeah.
and If Aiden's reaction is to be believed, he got a bit of an inside edge onto it. Which, yeah, going behind the curtain and knowing the guy a little bit, he's not one to make the fuss. So
No.
I think if he's reacted like he's hit it, he's probably hit it. He's not the sort of guy who's never out or this was wrong.
I think it's one of the hardest decisions in cricket to give is that LBW when the bat's in proximity. You know, in international cricket, you know, easy to call for the third umpire to adjudicate on those thin edges, but and a shot from Josh.
Should get back to 2.
Yeah, come back for 2. Good arm, but not quite good enough.
Good running. Well, the game's certainly moving along the last 10 minutes. The runs are flowing a lot more quickly, but the wickets are still tumbling. 7 for 59 now. Ryan Hanna, the new batter, by the way, but he's currently at the non-striker's end, as that was the last ball of Catlow's spell that got the wicket. So doubly frustrating for the batsman. Somewhere over there on the sideline will be a muttering and no doubt upset James Dixon, who's once again facing the prospect of having to do a bit of batting work with the game on the line.
That's rubbish, that is.
His disdain for his top order teammates. And frankly, I think we're all hoping it doesn't come to that. Jimmy, his teammates, everybody watching. Well, Parkville will be probably pretty happy to see Jimmy.
If it comes down to Jimmy, Parkville will fancy themselves. Right.
Josh looks relatively untroubled defending at least.
Stop it! Stop it, Luke.
No, I spend a lot of money on therapy, and my therapist tells me that sort of thing has no effect on anything. It's all superstitious. I'm not going to say nonsense.
Your therapist's obviously not a cricketer.
No, she's not.
Right, he's gone
See, He's chipped that
downtown.
over for 2. I know exactly what I'm
Dunny,
talking
he's
about.
made perfect contact there.
It's not a real thing.
But he
Like
backed
putting your
himself.
left pad on first makes no difference.
What do you mean? I spent my entire career doing that. Don't tell me I should have been putting on my right pad first.
Yeah, yes, that's the
That
lesson
explains
there.
a lot.
That's the lesson. You've been putting on the wrong pad first. Whatever it is, you should have been doing the other thing. That's a good shot.
Yeah, another couple there.
Should be.
Josh comes back for an easy 2. Mike Hussey tells that story, doesn't he, about how he felt that he became such a captive of his superstitions that one season he just decided he was going to do away with them all. I haven't heard of many other cricketers who've been able to do that, but, you know, he sort of applied the mental rigour that he'd applied to his superstitions to unlearning them.
To me, that makes sense. If you're going to stop one, stop them all, because
yeah.
it's inevitable if like you just don't do one of your 10 things.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God, if only I'd done
Yeah,
the 10th thing.
yeah.
Whereas if you stop all of them, well, in your mind at least, you're less sure about which one it was that not doing has caused the problem. Or you can spend a lot of nervous energy that way as well, thinking like, have I done this, have I done that? Is this right? Is that right? Oh wait, they're bowling. Crap.
I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jazzy's walked away
With the
without
tablet.
telling me who this bowler is, and it's a new one. Who is it? Can you shout our bowler's name, please, Luke?
No, that would be uncouth. And
Mm.
I thought this might have been Visser. No, I reckon.
No, this is the left-handed Visser.
Oh,
This is Visser Monkey, or the anti-Visser.
anti-Visser. Yeah. Well, hang on. If I load up my cricket,
Okay.
the process of deduction We'll look at the team sheet. Did you enjoy it? I don't want to answer that question. Oh, go away. Yeah, sorry. I don't know how to use my phone. Customer feedback is important, apparently.
Shot.
And very good work by mid-on to get across.
Mark first ball.
Well, hang on. Parkville, right. Wilson. Ranganathan, obviously not. It's not Chapman, he was short. Green.
I reckon it's Mulligan.
That
The
seems
last-
likely, given
last
the batter
batsman,
number 11.
yeah. This is Mulligan, isn't it, Jazzy? Mulligan, yeah.
Look at that. We know stuff.
Better name for golf than cricket, but just thought I'd get that gag in early.
You could have waited till later. That would have been fine. Ooh, that was potentially catchable, and more good work by Catlow. That cover. Goodness me, he's been excellent in the field.
Bounce again, chest high to the keeper.
Yeah, it really does seem the back foot is to go because it's slow bounce too, so you just wait. I mean, like, there's then next to no pace on the ball to hit it somewhere.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a short leg. Although they have, well, they've pushed deep cover round to deep point. They still have a deep backward square leg. It's worth a close catcher, isn't it?
I think so. If not now, then when?
And the over from Mulligan. Yarras are 7 for 65. 47 off 102 balls. Yep.
Yes, I said something about that a half an hour. I don't think we're going to get there. Like, I don't imagine this is going to go to the 44th or 45th over.
I was surprised they didn't lose any overs today, considering that late start. I thought they lost overs after half an hour, but we were an hour and a half late starting.
I suppose it ends up no different to a regular game, doesn't it? Because
Oof, okay, right.
well, if they were that aggrieved, they could have called him back, but withdrawn the appeal. Obviously, weren't that bothered by it.
I don't think I've ever seen that in the game of cricket.
No.
It's usually just bad luck, mate. You smashed it.
Yeah, which to me is almost worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's fake sympathy then. You're not really, because if you were sorry, you would have righted the wrong, wouldn't you? Or spoken
Nah,
up.
everyone knows they all even out, Luke. Has your therapist told you that?
No, I try not to talk about too much cricket. Because, yeah, the edge just doesn't have any interest in it. Let's keep up the illusion she's paying attention to what I'm saying.
Ooh.
I would doubt they continue tomorrow. I think we've probably had enough overs that this is now a match.
You played?
No, I think Parkville will win. There's another bloke on, person involved in that now. It's Duckworth Lewis something else now. No, there's a
Duckworth
third.
Lewis Ballaram.
Then yeah, it probably will be. Well, Parkville will still win if it's a draw. So you are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Well, in regards of overs, I suppose it just ended up in normal match, like because normally matches start at 12:30, like 25 overs. So from that point of view, it's just another Saturday. Single Josh, he's worked his way up to 16 or 17. game player. Batted for a heck of a long time in the grand final last year.
End of the over from Visser. 3 overs, 1 for 9.
Ryan will be pretty keen to get a few runs here, given he really for him went wicketless earlier today.
How many's Nathan Green got left?
I think it's 3.
Yeah, 3 to come. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 66, man, because
Mhm.
they got a single off that over. Yeah. Risk of, again, upsetting scorer extraordinaire. There was a single in that over. Josh got a single in that over off the 4th ball, I think it was. Oh, God. Out there somewhere. In front of him. That's about all I can help you with. Oh, boy.
Not played.
Yep, good bit of flight there.
Changed his mind there.
Yeah. Half a thought, big wind
Yeah.
wasn't there?
He does give you time to change your mind, doesn't he, Mulligan? Takes a while to get down there.
Yeah, I imagine Ryan's pretty keen to get on strike at this end. Those kind of slightly flighted ones. Yeah, steps, whack.
Sort of wonder how long Josh can resist temptation here.
Well, he's done well so far. He hasn't played anything you would describe as reckless.
Maiden from Mulligan.
Yep.
Drinks, 15 overs to go. 46 to get.
Well,
We've got the close one.
yes, we have. Swan Mackay, Princess Park. What have you got for us? All right. Well, drinks here. We'll be back in a minute or 5.
Should we do some product placement?
Product play. Is this the time to thank the good people at Frogbox and Bendigo
Might
Bank
be.
for their generous support?
Frogbox, we love you.
Yes, for the 15 people on the internet who are watching. It wouldn't be possible without the good people at
There's
Frogbox.
almost a bigger audience than I get for offsiders. And our good friends at Bendigo Bank, great supporters of the Yarras over many years.
Yes, it's obviously been a tough 12 months for small businesses, so to
Indeed.
still keep supporting local sporting clubs is not nothing. So we are very appreciative of that. Yeah. With that, drinks.
So they got to like 75 I think. So if you know. Ash could maybe get 10 on top. Probably the most
in the toilet in his car, just fucking having a couple of Valiums. You know when you're nervous now, you know he's going to go in and we're going to need 5 or something.
It's happening in that
in having a shot after the sign or going in when your team needs 5 runs?
I've got to think that it's just like being a tail ender of a run chase is going to be almost a bit. I know it is because it's like it's not my fucking job to get these runs, but it's
Like,
up to me.
there's a lot of time top order players like I'm out or I'm out there batting. So it's like stop it or I'm done. And I don't have to worry about it.
I tell you, you get a bit of expectation put on him. You know, like you've done nothing. You've never done anything like that.
Like, come on, get a step. Well, that's some of you as well.
It's not like if it's like, all right, it's the grand final, last over, they got 8 to win. Do you fancy bowling the final over because the rest of the balls don't feel like it?
The natural tendency to focus on that is you just rather competition. I went to the gym.
Where do you get? 3 over the
I tell you that 8 said the absolute.
Well, that seemed pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Well, not only he did it, the fielders said yes, as he thought no.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden's no guy to make a pass. When the umpire stopped the swing over.
Plus, he has a broken finger. His girlfriend does not want him here, and he still said to go take that. Like, to piss her off.
Well, he's
He's high value.
No, and I told her, I said, what would you prefer? That he comes here and hurts himself, does more damage, or that he wins the game and say hero wherever he goes for the first round? Because he's a hero wherever he goes. So he obviously comes in, gets around the boys, does his bit, rugby or his cricket.
And as I said, they had a great
We're back from the drinks break. 7 for 66, 46 to win of 15 overs. Josh Dennett on 17, Ryan Hanna on 1.
And on a ground that's been slow scoring all day, the run rate is a slight consideration now.
3.07 runs in all. I think it's still very much in.
Oh, it's still very manageable, but it'll be in the back of the batsman's thinking now, where it wouldn't have been on your mind at all.
I think in
That being said,
style of,
if Ryan gets going,
I think you'd want to do what MS Dhoni used to do in chases and take it as deep as you can. Keep it 5-6 runs and over.
it might get a bit dark if we get too deep in the innings.
That's driven by Ryan, straight to cover Catlow, who's been superb. Misfields it slightly, but not enough to cost a single.
No, moves so well to get to it that any slight fumbles is relatively.
Gideon is back, and I can hand the mic over. Gideon has rejected the mic. That's a length ball outside off stump left alone.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more ball by ball description happening again now, Josie, that you're back on.
Ryan blocks that. Thinks about the single briefly, but no one there. It's gotten cold and a little bit dark as well.
The weather's moving in. But as Norm said earlier, being Melbourne, it'll move out again fairly quickly.
Well played by Ryan, getting to the pitch of the ball. We're just bowling stump to stump, I think. Doesn't seem overly threatening, but at the same time.
No, wait for the batters to make a mistake. It's they've not got to force the pace, but they've still got to look to.
It's down the track. Punts it to short cover.
Slightly half-hearted there. One could almost say weak, running down the pitch and then blocking it. Come on, mate. Commit.
Clearly, Vessel's not very quick.
No, he. Yeah, that wasn't even that was the old Matt Hayden just walk at him.
Well played again from Ryan, but that's a maiden. So good start for Parkville after the drinks break. But I think Ryan needs to just get himself in. Josh at the moment is the set batsman.
Yeah, Josh is going fine. He's doing what he needs to do, and he's looked just naturally a bit more positive the last 3 or 4 overs.
You want these two to bat most of the way, don't you?
Yes.
Not leave it to Ashwin. Certainly not to James.
No. Jimmy has many fine and endearing qualities. His ability with the bat is not one of them. Wow. You can compile this probably at the end of the day. There's just going to be 10 minutes of me just getting stuck into Jimmy.
Tossed up by Mulligan. It's too full to do anything about it.
Yeah, nothing to get under and flat enough that you can't come at it.
The shot, the length outside off and blocked. 2 point. So they don't. They don't have the same field they had for Catlow, where they had 2 short covers. It's just the 1 short cover for Mulligan. He has been a little shorter than Catlow was.
Yeah. And then they've got the 2 men out square of the wicket, one on either side.
Probably just a reflection of the different kinds of left arm spinners they are.
Yeah. And he's naturally shorter length. He's more likely to get hit square.
He is. Mulligan tosses that up. That's a full toss. Ooh. Josh, that's one of those balls you might hit straight to a fielder.
The most dangerous ball in local cricket, the rank full toss.
And I think it wasn't called a no ball either, so. Ooh.
I think that's discretionary these days, isn't it? It's certainly off a spin bowler. It has to be dangerous, which that wasn't.
No, for a spin bowler it's based high as well.
Oh, really? Yeah. It's just made it a hard and fast rule. Sorry, law.
Yeah. 7 for 67.
Not a great scorecard.
Well, it is a low scoring game, so. At the end of 32 overs. 7 for 67. Josh on the 18, and Ryan on 1.
The projection has South Yarra up to getting 94. So it's creeping up, yeah. It's maths. I don't pretend to understand it.
45 to get of 13 overs, that's 3.5 runs an over almost. So, 2 couple of maidens and the run rate just starting to creep up. The last over wasn't a maiden, so I won't run off it, but point remains.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to get much above 4.
Yeah. That's hit by Josh into the gap in mid-wicket.
Should be 2.
Running away. I think that's Nathan Green after it. Big arm. And that's 2 runs. Wasn't completely in control of that, but he got enough back to just find the gap.
Yeah, and they're moving him out into mid-wicket now, which I think is a good move because he's dragged 2 or 3 shots there in the last 4 or 5 overs. Just looking to hit it straighter, obviously, but they've gone through that mid-wicket region.
This goes up to 69 now. It's pushed towards mid-wicket where there is a fielder now. And it's a dot ball. We're just admiring Gideon's smartphone.
Gideon joining the early 21st century. His flip phone exploits.
He's got an AirPod. He's got an AirPod. That's full push back and it's gone straight back to Visser.
Still remains a hard pitch to drive on. Josh is sort of inside edging, inside of the bat. Most things he's trying to hit through the offside.
Gideon's found the phone app on his phone.
Yeah, well, that's incredible news.
Yes, Visser to Josh. Josh hits it up a ish. That's over extra cover. That's going to the boundary. That's 4 runs.
Beautifully played. Just as I was saying about him not timing drives.
The peanut gallery goes wild.
Yes, it's been a rather subdued gallery for probably a good hour now.
Oh, it's getting tight. 39 to get a 74. 3 wickets in hand. Josh Deniot on 24. Ryan Hanna on 1. Scores 7 for 73.
Just perfectly in control when he hit that shot.
Yeah. Just completely in control. Visser goes full. It's edged. Past the keeper.
Should get back for 2.
They'll get an easy 2 here.
Yeah.
Not sure
Slightly
that carries.
ambitious. Keeper got a glove on it.
Did he
yes.
get a glove on it?
He did get a glove on
Oh,
it.
ho, ho, ho.
It would have been one heck of a catch if it stuck.
Yeah.
That shot did have a bit of the hallmarks of I've just hit a good shot, I'm going to hit another one, no matter where they bowl it. But 2 runs.
2 runs and critically not out, which I think at this stage is the more important. That's a full toss on the pads. He looks for a single, but it's straight to mid-on. That'll be the end of the over. 7 for 75. 37 to get in 12 overs. Just slightly above 3 runs and over. That boundary really helps.
Oh, and the projection's up to 102.
I
It's complicated mathematical formula.
think taking the numbers out of it, I think if these two bat till the end, South Yarra should get home.
Well, I'd be staggered if these two were batting and we didn't get to 112. That would actually be
Yeah.
extraordinary. Yeah, if we end up 7 for 108. What? How does that happen?
Mulligan.
Ashwin padded up, and then his teammates have entered the "we'll leave him alone" phase, and just
Mulligan tosses it up to Ryan, who hits uppish on the bounce to mid-on. That's the tempter.
it was a
He
bit of
probably intended it to be.
yeah, it was a bit of an
pitched up.
bit of an in-between shot too. He didn't really commit to hitting it over the top, and as a result, nearly got himself into trouble.
That's tossed up again. This time he blocks it, sets off for a non-existent single, and is sent back. Tossed up again. Ryan Hanna well forward. Keeps that out.
Definitely got his captain's hat on here with the way he's batting. Don't do anything silly.
Mulligan's bowled 3.3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. Hasn't looked as threatening as Catlow was in his spell, but has been pretty tight for the most part. And Hannah down the track, but probably a little too early. Mulligan saw him coming and just dropped it short.
Yeah, just as you say, committed a bit too soon.
2 balls to come in this over. I think for the moment, I think Ryan Hanna's job is just to stick around and try and give as much of the strike as possible to Josh and keep out as many balls as he can.
5 dot balls again.
I wonder if this is a dot ball, Josh is on strike, they might bring back one of the greens. That's a full toss and Ryan Hanna finds the gap, sets off for 1.
Again, not probably what he was hoping to get out of that ball.
No, could have easily gotten more. But he gets the single. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to bring one of the greens back and go for the wicket, go for the juggler. They wouldn't want to leave it too late.
No, but then conversely, having them come back on later with a required run rate of over 4, they're naturally just going to be harder to score off.
There's a big conference going on. Both greens are involved, keeper is involved.
2 batters
I
having a
wonder if
fairly
they
lengthy
consider-
conversation as well.
Wondering if they're considering a change here. I think Andrew might be holding the ball. I think it is going to be Andrew. The change does come. I think Josh's boundary over extra cover of Visser has prompted the change.
Certainly looks that way.
He is bowling with a slip as well. He's bowling to Ryan, so probably a good choice. 6 overs, 2 for 16. Andrew in his first spell. Overs to go. With 11 overs to go, they have 6 overs from that end, and the Greens have 6 overs, so that's probably going to be one-way traffic from that end. Andrew blocked by Ryan, who looks for the quick single, but Chapman's on it pretty quickly.
As Gid mentioned a bit earlier, you really don't want to cough up a run out now.
Gideon has his experience with runouts.
Just left that hanging out there, Jazz, and you picked it up.
Ryan pushes it between point and cover. There may be a second here. No, the two fielders are really quick to cover the ground.
He's doing the work of
Chapman.
three players out there.
Chapman and Catlow chasing after that. Chapman getting there first.
Certainly a contrast in fielding Chapman's. Fleet of foot. Although to be fair to Sam, he did take quite a tidy catch on these square.
He took 3 catches.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's
He took a couple of high ones.
the surprise is what you want to hear from the guy who's been allegedly commentating on the game. But
Dot ball. Yeah, he took the. So there was first the one Chapman fended off to Chapman.
yes,
And then there was the high one that I believe it was Raghunathan, the opener, who tried to flick it and got a leading edge and got caught at square leg high. And then the third one
the one
was
out in the
off
deep.
foul
Yes.
in the deep. 3 catches for him, 2 fouls. That's in the gap from
Might be 2 this
Josh.
time.
This time it will be 2.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Ryan had to put in the dive, but
Hey,
it's
that
2
was-
runs nonetheless.
Good running in the end. A good piece of fielding too, and a smart throw to
Really
the
good.
bowler's end. Ryan was the slower of the two.
Gee, Chapman's pretty quick across the field as well.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it.
Not sure they'll try 2 again.
Josh
Unless it's really well hit.
Josh Denny now on 28. Third highest scorer for the whole game. That's a bit of an inside edge. Oh, that should have been 1. Ryan,
Pretty sure Ryan was puffed after running that 2 and throwing in the dive. That appeared to be what that no call was about. It's the old, I've just run 3, I'm leaving the next ball.
but you know, yeah, you'd prefer this kind of a loud no call than risking a run out. So
Stop, start. Apologies.
the sun's getting a little low. You can start seeing the shadows getting longer. Josh clears point.
That'll be
It's
2
in the
at
gap.
least.
Chapman has to retrieve the ball from amongst the birds,
Comfortable 2 that time.
and it's 2 runs. I think we're seeing the same pattern as the first innings, where once you got past that second drinks break, the ball's soft enough that it stops doing anything off the
Batting's become
surface.
a lot easier.
But we don't want to speak too quickly. Next thing we know, bowler come take a hat trick.
I don't think anyone. Well, I certainly wasn't claiming to be.
Neither was I.
Just hit 6s.
So 5 overs from this end to go. You'd imagine Mulligan might bowl a fair chunk of it.
And back to Kilpatrick. But
I
although as
don't
Gideon
think
just said about pace on the ball, the spinners look like harder to score off.
Shot, and Ryan gets back and pulls it to mid-on. And it's a pretty easy single at the end.
Mid-on's quite deep there. He's more there for the mistimed lofted drive than to stop a single.
Josh Denny now on 30 on strike.
The gallery's come to life again.
That's tossed.
Oh no.
Oh, he's hit it straight to short cover. A slow short ball, and he's just bunted it straight to short cover. That's unfortunate.
Oh boy.
That's
That is a real shame for Josh, who's batted really, really well.
That's a big wicket. Josh was
Advantage
looking
Parkville once again. It pretty much, I think, swung back even.
Josh looked the more comfortable batsman for sure. Most comfortable of most of the others, I think,
Yeah.
other than maybe Kennan at the start. So 8 for 82, 30 to win. Ashwin in next. He was batting in the C grade grand final 2 years ago,
Yeah, nearly pulled out a tremendous.
and it was a different pitch, different kind of total, where they were chasing about 140, 150, and they needed about 30 but over a run a ball, and he nearly got them there. It's at that stage where now a cameo of 20
pretty much wins the
decide
game.
the match. But you'd have to say Parkville on top. Parkville with the advantage.
Yeah, and
that was the wrong wicket to fall.
Yeah, what does Ryan do now?
I think the right thing to do would be to take it as deep as he could. Mulligan to Ashwin. And he's left that alone. It's always left to the bowlers.
Yes.
Whether we bat first or we bowl first, it's always up to the bowlers.
What's your point?
Ashwin pushes that. Sets off for a single, there's none. And he gets back in time.
Ryan definitely keen on the strike because there probably was a single there. Certainly Ashwin appeared to make it halfway down the pitch and then back again safely. So, that would suggest he's run one.
A lot happened for nothing in that ball.
Yeah, Ashwin with very, very little interest in playing that ball. So if I was the bowler, I'd probably be trying to bowl the next one out the stumps, given he's shown a very strong inclination not to play it. Yeah, well, if that's his game. If it's there, you've got to back yourself.
What is that, the dot ball?
That was a dot ball. If you're not a pusher and a prodder, then doing that's just going to get you out. So you have to die how you live. Yeah, Ryan's attitude will be interesting here. Does he flip the switch immediately and now try to attack? How much of the strike does he want to keep? Andy Green to carry on.
Oh, he's left it and it's bowled. Oh, he's left it and he is bowled, and it is up to James Dixon and Ashwin Sridhar.
Yes, ifs and buts and maybes and oh man, that's not a good feeling when you decline the use of your bat. To what initially, seemed to be a ball that didn't deck in a foot and a half. I think that was just a misjudgment. And yes, Jimmy Dixon, prove me wrong, kid. That may well be the yes. Yep, and how many balls before he launches into his trademark big cover drive, regardless of where the ball pitches. Still got a fine leg in the third man, which strikes me as faintly ridiculous. Put another slip in, or a short leg or something. Not sure Jimmy's going to get out hooking or slashing one down the third man.
Ooh, tries an uppercut. Here's green to Jimmy Dixon. Play and miss.
He has been a fraction late on those two, so if Andy can get one on the sticks, might well be the end of the section. Well, if it could crater, I think it might have. We're having some power problems, so the live scoring has temporarily taken a pause.
That's it, and he's got it!
That's a for Parkville. That's a brilliant way to end the game. That's an unbelievable catch at first slip.
And it's a fantastic win for Parkville. They were 7 for 48 in the first innings to come back from that to win a flag.
Yep, that's
Excellent performance.
and an undefeated season. Unbelievably good effort from Parkville.
Undefeated season, yep.
I think one washout and one every other game they played. So massive congratulations. That's an incredible season of cricket. And now the awkwardness of are we allowed to shake hands? That's and Andy Green ends up with 5 wickets. Got the last 3 in very quick time.
He's got 4.
Oh yes, 4. My mistake because Mulligan got Josh out. Yeah, so yeah, that's going to burn for the Yarras guys. You can never feel you've won the game against Parkville, but that got away. They'll think. That being said, you can't take anything away from the winners. That's to dig themselves out of the hole they were in, get a competitive score, and then defend it really, really well. Yep. That was a very, very hard pitch to bat on early, as shown by the treacle-like run rate and 5 or 6 early wickets. Excellent stuff. Right, well, I've run out of things to say. Jazzy, got anything?
Well, it was a low-scoring game as we thought it might be early on. And South Yarra had Parkville in all kinds of trouble at 7 for 48, but they came back. And they came back strong. They are undefeated, truly worthy champions.
Yeah, that's what good sides do. They find a way. And
Yep.
they certainly found a way.
Absolutely. So, no shame in losing to this side, I think.
No, definitely not. There'll be disappointment for sure.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely hold their heads high on a pretty good season.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
End for South Yarra, but it is what it is. As I continue to wrestle with
Technology. And your lack of mastery of it. Right, well, that's about it from me, I think. Thanks for putting up with me.
Yep, thanks everyone for tuning in. Unfortunate for the South Yarra fans that we couldn't get the win today, but it was a great fight. Great credit to the team. Josh played really well for his
outstanding
30.
innings.
And South Yarra were really good in the field. It's just Parkville's a great team, and on their day, it's hard to beat them.
Sometimes the opposition's just a bit better.
Yes. Well played, everyone, and thanks for tuning in. Thanks also to Frogbox and our key sponsors, chief among them Bendigo Bank, for allowing us to play cricket, basically. And Frogbox was this great telecast. It's a great system. You should totally buy it if you're a cricket club. It's awesome. Thanks, everyone, and goodbye.
Well,